this is Puzzle. I hope this is working okay. The stream preview is frozen, but in test recordings, it looks like it still shows video, so I guess I'm just gonna hope that it's working. Today, I'm going to be doing the entire game of Ocarina of Time without ever taking damage, and also without any glitches, or at least that's the plan. There's a couple caveats to that. The first one is that it's difficult. I've been trying it for about a week. I have not succeeded yet. It is very likely that I will not succeed this time either. My plan for today is that if I make it past Deku Tree and I take damage, I just reset the room by leaving and re-entering or getting a game over to reload, and then keep going from there to practice and to demonstrate the whole game. The other caveat is that I am pretty darn disabled. I have chronic fatigue, and I've only gotten back into streaming recently, and I've just done 2 3-hour streams. This is probably like 8-9 hours at my pace, so it might be unreasonable for me to do this the whole way through while streaming it. We'll see. I'm lying down right from the get-go, so hopefully that helps. But we'll see. There are a couple of reasons I'm doing this. One of them is that I think it would be really nice to have a record for myself of having done it. Obviously, again, like I just said, I'm not guaranteeing I will do it today. I am basically guaranteeing I'll do it eventually, but I'm not guaranteeing I'll do it while streamed or recorded. And the other reason is that it would be nice if there was something to help out other people who want to try it. I considered writing a walkthrough. Even though the game is really old, this specific niche hasn't been touched too much in the grand scheme of things. But that sounds like it would take even more time for something I'm already putting a ton of time into, even compared to this. And since I do have these disabilities that make it hard for me to stream too much, I'm doing this one full run attempt streamed as a sort of compromise to that, so that hopefully I can satisfy something approximating each of those two goals without being too demanding of me physically. So I'm hoping I can explain some stuff throughout the game for how to do it safely. This is the only obstacle in all of Kokiri Forest. It's a giant boulder meant to introduce you to the concept of even taking damage. I don't really see why you would, but if this works out and is even recording properly, you could, I guess, also use this as a normal guide for the game if I finish it. Because I do plan to do all of the normal things. The game wants to teach you various mechanics here. That's why we get money just for side hopping and backflipping and the like. You do that by holding target, back into A for a backflip, side into A for a side hop. And for cutting the sign. They put all sorts of little rupees to reward you for learning basic game mechanics if they just introduce you to 3D, even just for like climbing up places. And then they make you get 40 rupees to buy a shield, which is required glitchless. We already have enough to go in the shop and buy a shield. Also a couple other spots with money. This is Sarius has. You can go up here, fall down or not, walk over there. It's a blue rupee, it's pretty slow. There's 2 extra blue rupees in Meadow's house here and treasure chests. If you jump from this side to this side without having gotten close enough to the water at any point before that, you can get another blue rupee. Then there's another one behind here. There is a use for getting another 40 rupees if you climb up behind Meadow's house into Lost Woods, turn left, follow the path, and reflect a Deku net with your shield. You can buy an upgrade to your maximum Deku stick capacity for 40 rupees, and that's pretty nice, so that's a reason to get more money. I did that for my first few attempts at Damageless because Deku sticks are really useful. Now I just get 10 off of here. If you kill a Deku Baba while they're vertical, you get a stick. These ones are always vertical, so you can just farm them. Deku sticks are required for some puzzles, and they're also the best form of offense available to Child Link. They do the same damage as the Master Sword. So I'm playing this for the bonus subset of achievements on Retro Achievements. It's a subset of super hard challenges created by Alex Hylian. Only one person has gotten all of the achievements so far, that's Mitsus. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but I was there in the call with him when he finished this Damageless challenge, and that was really, really neat. And the other person who's done a lot with the subset is Silverleaf. So some of these strategies are from the two of them because I've talked to them some. I'm not gonna credit for everything because that's probably impossible and definitely impractical for how bad my memory is and how many different things there are in this game, but I may mention them sometimes. I believe the two of them also helped test this subset. If you jump attack the non-vertical Deku Babas as they come out of hiding there, that takes them out instantly and you get 5 Deku Nuts from them. Deku Nuts are extremely useful to both child and adult Link. One of the most useful things in a Damageless run, even. Most glitches are banned from this run. Right now you can see a little indicator in the bottom right corner of Adult Link with a little piece of heart next to him. That's the indicator that the challenge is still active if I ever take damage or if I do a banned glitch that will go away and I will have failed the challenge for the entire playthrough of the game. You have to do it all in one sitting. Most glitches are banned, but it is a little bit subjective what things are a glitch. There are so many glitches in this game, it's very difficult to protect against them all. And some things are so buggy that you can just play the game normally and be doing a glitch. So some things that are in a gray area are still allowed. I'll show off 2 of them in this room. This room is optional, by the way. I'm only in here for a gold sculpture. There are 9 gold sculptures very much on the way. I'm not sure where to get the 10th. This is one of the rooms I go to sometimes. So, one of the things that is allowed is using a broken stick to fight. This is not useful all that often, but it can help, I guess, sometimes. You can get that just kind of by happening into it, or you can get it on purpose. To get it on purpose, Z target against the wall, keep holding Z for all of this. It has to be a sticky wall, which means Link should kinda even out a little bit. If he's next to it like that. Will this work? I don't know, I've never used this wall. We'll try it. Then you do a backflip, flick your shield, dry roll, that means press A without inputting anything on the control stick, take out your stick and jump attack. Yeah, now I'm holding a broken stick. And you can use this to attack as much as you want. And it'll never break because it's already broken. The other thing that is allowed is power crouch stabs. One of the buggiest things you can do in this game is hold R and press attack. I just did a glitch, kinda. Not really. Maybe? Is it a glitch? I don't know. They forgot to assign a damage value to crouch stabs. So, it just uses whatever the last damage value you had is instead. So, I just got a Deku Stick jump attack on both those enemies, even though I was crouch stabbing. And the same thing would be true if I crouch stabbed with the Kokiri sword, it would still be a Deku Stick jump attack. You can just ignore all of the timers in the bottom right, just don't worry about them. They're for a few different things, they're fine. The damage value will stay stored until you load a new area. Dungeons are all one big area. Oh, I missed. Except for the boss arenas. So, if you use Pharaoh's Wind, or you go into a boss arena, or you exit and re-enter, then you'll have to redo your attack to get it stored again. But otherwise, you'll just keep it as long as you're in the dungeon until you do another different kind of attack. You can get to Sculpture just by jump attacking, or you can slingshot it, then you can just jump into it. This one you need to slingshot to get glitchless at this point. I'm playing in hardcore mode for retro achievements, which means no loading save states, no slowdown, nothing like that, but fast forward is allowed, which is why you see the game speed up sometimes. I have it set to 6 times speed, just because that's about the amount I can handle. You can set it to up to 10 times in the settings, or even make it uncapped for whatever your computer can handle, but the point of the challenge is not to get hit, and that can be difficult if you are zooming around faster than you can react to anything in the world. So the way to save Deku sticks for combat is to use them on nothing and then start crouch stabbing like I described. You can save them from burning out by putting them away, which is intentional. I believe the game hints it somewhere. You can either put them away by standing in place for a while with the A button, or by drawing your sword or another item. The second one is faster, and because of that, you're more guaranteed to be able to do it in time before the stick burns out. You don't have to kill the Sculpture I just killed, I just do it for safety. You don't have to push this block, you can just jump like that, you go right past the spider. For this room, you can jump in there and get it before it even turns around. There's 3 Gohma larva eggs up there, but if you walk around the perimeter of the room, they won't ever get you. Like, they won't ever even come down in the first place from the ceiling. There are a few long cutscenes early on in the game. Hopefully I can use those as chances to go over some things I meant to if I don't forget what they are in the moment. I do get brain fog sometimes as part of the chronic fatigue, which is also not conducive to doing this challenge, and even less conducive to explaining it, but here's the idea. You don't want to jump slash when you're coming down from that web up above, or else you can recoil onto the ground and take fall damage. coming up is the first boss. The bosses are often the most dangerous, as you might expect. I stored a Deku Stick Jump Slash there, like I was mentioning earlier, since this is a new loaded area. Gohma. There's two different things you can use to stun her. You can stun her with Slingshot or with Deku Nuts. It's faster. You can kill her faster stunning her with Deku Nuts, but the Slingshot stuns her for longer, so it's safer. And then, similarly, since we have the damage value on our crouch stab, it doesn't matter whether we crouch stab her with Kokiri's sword or Deku Stick, but the Deku Stick has a longer reach, and Gohma does deal contact damage, so to be safe I usually like to use Deku Sticks for the crouch stabs, even though that uses up more resources. And if you just do 3 crouch stabs on her like that, she just dies. I have lost at least one run to Gohma. I think it was the very first run I tried. And there she goes. If she goes up to the ceiling, when her eye turns red, you can hit her with Slingshot. And then she'll drop down stunned. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. She can also drop Gohma larva eggs down here. If they do, you can throw Deku Nuts at them, and it'll take them out before they even hatch. If they do hatch, just do your best. I'm not sure whether they can be stunned with Deku Nuts once they're hatched. I haven't tested it. Definitely go for it if they can be. Something with heart containers is that there are 2 things that your total life has an impact on in a damageless run. I think both of them are pretty incidental for the strategies I use, so it doesn't make a huge difference to me one way or the other. The first of those things is that having more life gives you a longer timer to survive when you're in extreme heat or underwater. And if you want to skip Zora tunic or just wear Goron tunic all the time, and a Goron tunic is very useful, having more time can be helpful. But I like to get Zora tunic anyway, so it doesn't make too big of a difference for me. The other thing is that it changes how much HP Dark Link has in Water Temple. I believe the way it works is he has 1 HP for every 2 heart containers you have. So I like to get that first heart container to get up to 4. And then just stick with that, but If you know the strategy, Dark Link is actually quite easy, even though he's very difficult casually if you don't happen upon the strategy that makes him easy. So I consider that to be somewhat incidental as well. Hello, Septimus. Thank you for the cheering. I'm trying my best here. And I'm trying to explain stuff. I am streaming, so I'll definitely say hi to people and answer any questions and maybe go over things again if anyone shows up. Or if I forget I said it already. But I do also want to have this as a record and something of a guide. So this run requires, in addition to just beating the game, it requires all spiritual stones and all medallions, which is normal, glitchless. And it also requires you to get at least 1 gold Skulltula token, the Gerudo membership card, and every song. Which means there's only one major part of the game that you can skip. And that's Bottom of the Well because Lens of Truth is optional, but I do still plan to go to Bottom of the Well too. But even if you don't get Lens of Truth, you still need to get Song of Storms, because you need all the songs. Because of all that, there are a lot of set things you need to do to complete this run. Most of the dungeons have a clear path through them and a clear set of obstacles you need to overcome. However, despite all that, even glitchlessly, this game is actually pretty open, and there's usually a variety of ways to tackle obstacles both on a macro and micro level. Thus, I'm going to mention some things I don't do sometimes, but in the end, I am only going to be covering a small set of ways to take on the various challenges within this run, compared to the possible ways you can do it. I'm going to be trying to do it mostly in the ways I consider safest and that I'm most comfortable with, but in the end, what's safest is often what you are most comfortable with, at least once you've tested out the various strategies. So if you want to try this yourself and something I do freaks you out or you think you know a better way, you very well might. Experiment, see for yourself what works and what doesn't, and you can go for that. So you can see I'm not aiming my backwalks perfectly here or anything. Backwalking is the fastest glitchless way to traverse long distances, but I am still trying to do it. Hyrule Fields can be a little bit dangerous at night because of stall children. So it is useful to make it across all the way to market before nightfall. If the stall children do show up, just try to keep moving, and then I guess since you can't get anywhere that progresses time yet until you get to market, just hide in the water. They won't get you in the water. Oh, I forgot to get more sticks. That's okay. There will be a lot of opportunities to get various resources. Malon spawns in here when you load this area a second time. A normal way the game probably expects you to do that is to get caught by the guards, but you can also just leave and re-enter. There's a really easy to get gold sculpture. Here it's very much on the way. So we're gonna get that from bonking our head on this tree. Do be a little careful if you're jump attacking. If you aim a little too close to them, you can hit them and yourself at the same time, I think. Another thing about how this is kind of a compromise, the way I'm playing this out right now, is that as I've mentioned, I have not done the challenge successfully yet, which means there are still a few parts of the game that I'm less comfortable with than others, and there are some parts for which there are probably better strategies than I will be using even by the standards of what I like best. This is the slowest part of the game for sure. There are some parts you need to pay a little bit of attention for, but overall this is like an hour almost of playing between dungeons 1 and 2, and then the first and second dungeons are also the easiest ones. So it's a lot of downtime. And one of the challenges of doing the whole game damageless, I think, is just having to go through everything every single time. And because you have to do everything each time you attempt it, there is some push and pull on like how safe you want to be in terms of how many resources you get and how much time you're spending doing that. Which, for example, is why I used to get the 20 max Deku sticks, and now I don't do that anymore. Because it's just that little bit of extra time. that I'm cutting out of doing every time I retry the challenge when I don't really need more than 10 Deku sticks max capacity for the whole game. I am feeling a little tired already. I'm gonna make it a little colder in my room. I have heat sensitivity and I'm gonna try to relax a little bit more, but I do need to prioritize my health. So we'll see how this goes. I may need to stop before getting too deep in, even if that's not what I would like. I'm pretty sure I had other things to talk about, but as I forewarned, they are escaping me at the moment. I did cover a bunch of things, but I think there was some more. Oh yeah, I remember something now. So, by far the biggest challenge of this run, quite obviously, is that it's so long. And you need to play and play and play and play for several hours straight, even with speed up. Even with more speed up than I'm doing now. Like, I'm using it less than I normally do to give myself a little more time to talk. And that's just a really long time to go without ever making a single mistake. Or, unfortunately, if your hardware or software is unreliable, without your controller acting up, if that's something you have to worry about, that's something Silverleaf has been struggling with. However, there's only really a handful of rooms that are difficult to do damageless on their own if you were to do them in isolation and have a bunch of tries to figure out how to do that. When I say a handful of rooms, I mean a handful of rooms in the entire game. So, right now, and I do expect this will change, just going off of the website's own algorithm, this is the hardest achievement on retro achievements. But I think a lot of this just comes down to the willingness to try something this long over and over again. And a willingness to learn so many little parts. The little parts themselves, some of them are hard, but they're few and far between. Most of them can get you, but they're not that bad. If not for that you had to do them in this setting. Because of that, if you have the time, and if you have the desire, I think this is very achievable. By just about anyone who's been able to beat the game normally. With enough practice. So that's kind of why I want to see if I can help make it even just that little bit more accessible, even if it's just for 1 or 2 people. But if this doesn't have that effect, I'll at least be glad to get this recorded for myself. And even, oh my god, 3? I got all of them first try? Wow. I've done that like once before, maybe. And if the stream doesn't record properly, then in that case I guess I'll just be glad to have gotten my attempt in for the day and some practice, and we can worry about the other 2 things on their own time. But yeah, I think that if you want to do this and you have that time, you can do it. It's just a question of if you actually want to, because this is something that a lot of people are not going to want to do. I'm doing something a little bit risky here. I'm going slow on purpose in the field to make it nighttime, which, as I mentioned, will spawn stall children. You don't have to do that. I want it to be nighttime because I need to go to Kakariko Graveyard, but an easy way to do that is hand over Zelda's letter to the guard, stand on Death Mountain Trail at the entrance without even getting far enough to aggro any of the red Tektites. And then just wait there until night comes. So I think I'm pretty good at this game. I think I've probably demonstrated that at this point. This is the only achievement I have left in this bonus subset. I also did the bonus subset for Master Quest several months ago. But I'm definitely not the best girl in the world at the game or anything, you know? So like, it's just a question of getting the skills to do the one task. Which, granted, is comprised of hundreds of much smaller tasks inside of it, but you don't need to be CFG. You don't need to be someone who's held a world record in the game. You don't need to be someone who's done randomizers day in and day out, although it definitely helps if you have. So I like to go up and down ladders and vines very slowly during this challenge. I'm already a little bit defensive when I play games as is. I crank that up to the extreme for this. Generally, anyway. There are some strategies I use that are a little scary for some people. This one's a little bit difficult, without ISG damageless. You can take like a step or two forward and then angle your crouch step to kill it safely. after ledge grabbing from the side. If you just crouch stab immediately, you won't be close enough, and if you walk too far, you'll touch it and get hurt. If you want to, you can have Dampé dig for you. It doesn't do anything useful, but I suppose everyone needs some Dampé in their lives sometimes. There are 4 keys in this room. The first one is right at the entrance. Ideally, you want to take them all out before they see you, but if they do see you, it's not a huge issue as long as you know where they are and you're ready to shield or to target slingshot them before they get to you. One of them is on the right wall, and 2 are over here. I'm using a Brawler 64 controller. It's got 2 handles instead of 3 like a real N64 controller, but it's got the C buttons of an N64 controller and some extra buttons to be a little more modern. One thing a little less optimal about it, in my opinion, is that it has a GameCube controller stick, and I like that a lot for GameCube controller, but I would like it if I had an N64 stick for N64 games. I do still have notches, but I think they're not quite as good as an N64 controller's notches. As I went through that last room, I just ran up against the left wall. You're safe from the redeads if you do that. That is also true on the way back. You can just do the exact same thing but in reverse. But if you're scared, the song you just got stuns redeads. And give those. So we got our song and we leave. As I often do, I forgot to get my shield, and it's daytime now, so I need to make it nighttime again to go in here and get my shield. Hylian Shield is very useful, not just for Adult Link, but also for Child Link. For speedruns or randomizers, the Hylian Shield is not that useful for Child Link very often. But for a casual playthrough or for a damageless playthrough, Hylian Shield is fantastic. Another thing I usually don't bother with but can be helpful is if it's daytime you can get all the cocos for not Anju there, and she'll give you a bottle. The game is very painful if you only have 1 bottle and only 1 bottle is required, but it's manageable enough with only 2 bottles. If you have 3, you're doing great. There are 4 bottles, but the 4th one is a pain to get and it's not even that useful for anything. Just roll around the tech types, you should be okay here. Coming up is a rolling Goron. If you stay on the path and hug the left wall, you should be safe from it if you stand in place to wait for it to go by, but for full game damageless, I like to go above to just get out of its way completely. Here we are in Goron City. Something the game explains very easily, or very early, but I haven't, is that if you hold forward on a big fall, you can roll to avoid fall damage. That's very useful. I make sure to do that as often as possible, even on falls I think are probably okay. We're not actually here to talk to Darunia yet, or directly do anything here. We're just here because it's convenient routing to open up this shortcut to Lost Woods. The game intends you to figure this out, but it's not very clear about it, I don't think, and it's not required, even glitchless. You don't need your own bombs to open this up, or even Goron Bracelet. You can light a stick here and use the lit stick to light a bomb somewhere, and then that opens that. Here's an owl. There's no threats in Lost Woods unless you wander into the two areas that each have a business scrub or two business scrubs and soft soil. We're about to fight our first Wolfus. If you hold target and shield just for safety, shield's not actually necessary, and keep backing away from it. Eventually, you'll outdistance it while it tries to attack you, and then it will be facing away from you. And when it's facing away from you, you can easily do a jump attack to get its tail. The jump attack isn't even for damage in this case. It's just because it's easy to hit the target with it. Pretty much anything will kill a Wolfus if you hit its tail. I believe it takes 8 times damage. I might be wrong on that exact number. And it just dies. So here, if you don't know where the Deku Scrubs are already, you can target the wall and side hop before you make each turn. That way you're safe if you're holding shield while you side hop. Sometimes I take this a little bit faster, but since I'm just doing what's most routine and trying to show off safety, I'm just inching along. Then there's 2 in this hallway. Unpleasant parafoil. Thank you for the virus. Chatbot, please leave. Okay. They fire 3 Deku Nuts and then take a break, which lets you deflect. And there's Sarisol. Gonna take a sip of my drink here. I think I forgot to mention at the time, if you do get caught by the castle guards, it does not cancel your run, I don't think. There's even some spots in the game where I try not to do it, but I think if you roll into enemies and you like get the you took damage animation, you won't actually take any damage to your health, and you should be fine there too. It's losing HP that deactivates the achievement. Inversely, there's at least one or two things that seem like they might not deactivate the achievement, but they do damage and they do make you fail your run. For example, walking out of bounds in the Haunted Wasteland does a full heart of damage and ends your run. Oh wait, before we do that, there's a really easy upgrade here that also connects as an ammo refill. Just hit the center of that 3 times in a row. You don't even have to move the stick between shots once you find the right spot. Get up to 40. Almost time for our second dungeon finally. There's a stick in this pot. There's an easy place to get Deku sticks in each of the towns closely related to Spiritual Stone. Zora's Domain also has a pot with a stick. Also has a pot with a nut. And Kokiri Forest, you can fight the Deku Babas, or you can buy sticks and nuts. So face a little bit left from straightforward of the ledge and blows this up easily. You can backflip to get down there fast, but then you'll take damage. If you go like this and hold forward, you'll be fine. And here's Dodongo's Cavern. I like to walk up here just to get the Navi text out of the way early instead of when I'm not expecting it. But then I actually go along here. There's actually a ladder up to either side. And you're totally safe. If you're hugging the wall, you won't actually touch the magma. So even though those pillars and the beamos are pretty easy to deal with, if you don't want to take that risk, you don't have to. Coming up in the next tunnel, there are a lot of baby Dodongo. If you're holding target and shield with Deku Shield, I think they pretty much won't get you. And once they... once they burrow into the ground, they won't come back until you reload the room. That's the room, not the dungeon. So if you open a door within the dungeon and come back, they will come back. They'll just be gone. They won't bother you anymore. But it takes a while for them to burrow away. You can try to run away from them and so on to make them do that. But you can also just hit them with slingshot. and they explode. I think that's the safest way. That's kind of a running pattern in the game. I want to say like half the enemies in dungeons are optional. I don't have anything nearing confidence on an exact number, but there's a lot of stuff you can just run past. But if you're trying to never ever ever get hit, a lot of the time it is safer to just defeat them. It is sad to see them go though. They're cute. I stopped going for this one because it's kind of annoying to get it to work, but this was the 10th skill I did for a while. Sometimes you can actually get the Scarecrow song Gold Sculpture glitchlessly as Child Link. You pull the statue all the way over here. You like get it more or less, I guess, somewhere around here. You don't want it to be right up against the wall, but close to it. Then you can backflip on top of it. And then you can just jump up there. But it's kind of an awkward jump. And that's why I don't do it anymore. I don't really know what makes the jump work sometimes and sometimes not. It seems like it helps when I like start out holding forward and then hold forward left. But that's one option you have. The reason we're getting gold sculptures is to get the adult wallet. Being able to hold up to 200 rupees is very useful. We don't really need Giant's Wallet, which is good because 30 sculptures is kind of a pain, but Adult Wallet, definitely worth the time. Now I'm gonna switch to Hylian Shield. And I'm gonna draw my sword in advance. You can quick draw by pressing sword and then shield in quick succession. It's not useful, or rather, it's not needed for anything this run, but it's kind of convenient. And then we're gonna go in here, and we've got what I believe is our first mini-boss in the whole playthrough. This is two Lizolfas. And if you've got Hylian Shield on, and you hold target on one of them, and you hold shield, and you just keep doing that until one of them clanks your shield, and then you let go of shield and you just do a jump attack, you're pretty darn safe. It is a lot safer than trying to fight them with Deku Shield. It's less fast, but much safer. You can chase them a little bit across the platforms to speed things up if you want to, but you don't need to. And Kokiri Sword does less damage than Deku Stick, but it takes some time to take out the Deku Stick, so if I was using the stick, I would be using up a counterattack moment just to take out the stick and then go back into my shield anyway, at which point it's no faster than just using Kokiri Sword. Plus, using the stick takes up resources you don't need when that's safe. This is one room where I do just run past the enemies. It can be a little scary, but they're not really a threat. There's no time in the whole game when you need to kill a regular Dodongo. Now we're over here. If you want to be extra safe, you can throw this again, but you don't really need to. So you can either jump across there, or you can walk around like this. Like with the first time. I feel like they spent less time testing the shields than other things. There's like nothing in Kokiri Forest teaching you how to use your shield, and there is for every other basic mechanic. Crouch taps are glitchy, and you can also shield drop things you pick up to just place them right where you're standing. It's very convenient. You don't need to make that precise throw. It's not that precise, but like, why make it? You can just stand up there, shield drop the bomb, you just tap R, and then walk back over to safety. There's no safety reason whatsoever to do those backflips, it's just faster. There is a red rupee in this spot if you want that. Really easy quick gold sculpture here. This room has 2 fire keys in it. I just approach, target, back away, and slingshot. But there are a couple safety things you can do if you want. You can hide in your Hylian shield. You're safe from keys while doing that. Or you can stun them with a Deku nut and then attack them. You only want to move the Arma statue in front of the ladder. The other ones will come to life and come after you. There's another pair of fire keys up here. That's a bridge. I usually try to take that one out. This one usually won't bother you, but if you're feeling nervous about it, and I was there, it was right above the bridge, you can take it out too. Make sure you land between the columns here if you jump off. And I do recommend jumping off, because why do they start you out like 6 centimeters away from the spike trap? Wait for the spike trap to be on its return trip, climb up here, and then we've got probably the worst designed part of Child Link. You gotta explode that. If you could manage to get 30 gold Skulltulas, as if you would want to do that, you could also use blue fire to melt the wall, but you can either make a ridiculously precise throw to land it, actually on the lip there, or you can time the throw, which I think they meant to test. But is pretty difficult. I mean, like, it's not the hardest thing ever, but I don't know why they... Well, there goes the run. Anyway. That's the first time I've lost a run to that. But, it's not the hardest thing in the world. I think I probably am getting hit by it because I'm, like, multitasking the commentary, but that's okay. But this is, like, I think a harder timer. than a regular bomb. Because it's longer than a regular bomb, which makes sense. They want to give you more warning and safety on it at first, before you get the real thing, but it makes it take more time and harder to recognize the pattern of when to throw it. There's 3 baby Dodongos in this hallway. You could take them out one by one like before, that's probably safer. I just roll through, you roll through the middle for the first pair, then you roll past the side here. Here you need to be a little more picky about your positioning against the Lizalfos, because if you're too close to them when they get your shield, you might go for the jump attack and just miss and end up jump attacking straight into the magma, so do be a little bit careful. I'm gonna change my stream title after this to show that the run isn't still valid. Like, if Lizalfos gets like this, you might want to back away a little bit and reshield to reposition. Okay, I'm gonna change the title now. Dead Run Demo Practice Guide. That should work. Okay. Aim up here. Jump over, quick turn left. Hit that. Then there's nothing else in the way of you and bombs. Just don't fall down or you'll have to loop back around. For reference of how far my runs usually get, if I wasn't doing this stream, I would reset and try again because I feel like I'm still early enough for that. But I do want to pace myself for the stream and recording. There's a quick strategy you can do to drop bombs here, but it's a little risky and I lost one run to it, so I don't do it anymore for this challenge. Yesterday I did one run and I lost it in Ice Cavern after having previously beaten Forest Temple. The day before yesterday I lost it in Water Temple after having previously done Ice Cavern and Forest Temple. The day before that I lost to Phantom Ganon after having previously done Fire Temple. So I do get pretty far a lot of the time. I like to go down here like that, but you can drop down anywhere you want or even use the shortcut pillar. That's what it's there for. I do time my drop there with the Beamos. Make sure you shield there before climbing up. If you're not gonna take out the fire keys first, you might want to do that. I never do, I always just shield. There are 2 fire keys in each of the 2 rooms. in this little section. I definitely recommend taking out the 2 fire keys here before even dropping down. And I also plan to slingshot ammo. Yeah, I also plan to take out the fire keys in this room before falling down this time. Usually they don't aggro you, but as you can see, sometimes they do, even while you're up here. And if that happens, you can retreat into your shield. Coming up on the second boss. This one is pretty easy. I do use a strategy that's a little scary, but I haven't lost a run to it yet. Now's a good time to switch back to Deku's shield to be able to use crouch stabs again. And you can jump attack down here to store. You just got one crouch stab, and then I like to walk down there, right up against the magma. If you walk too far, you'll take damage. If you don't walk far enough, he'll roll into you, but I find it's pretty easy for me to get to the right spot. And if you do, he just rolls right past you. It looks like he shouldn't, but he does. I feel like it's more generous than it looks. Maybe I'm just used to it. Go with what you're comfortable with. I know there are other ways to dodge King Dodongo, but I don't use them, so I don't really feel comfortable saying what they are in any detail at this time. Now I'm going to get magic. You can get magic as child or as adult, but there's a few reasons to do it now. One of them is I think it's a little easier now. You have to time a bomb through here. We've seen how good I am at that. There we go. This ledge is a little buggy. I like to roll off to the right then hold forward left, kinda like with that sculpture ledge earlier. There's no Tektite here as child, and there is as adult. There are flaming rocks that fall from the sky as child. But if you just line yourself up, doesn't have to be very exact, but forward is right at the left edge of the B button on the user interface up there. So right at the edge of the green circle surrounding the Kokiri sword. And then you go back. If you want to be precise about that, you can hold shield, hold down, quickly let go of and re-grab shield. And then you can just hold back and hold shield if you want to. The rocks will not burn your Deku shield. And the shield does protect against them somewhat, but they shouldn't ever hit you anyway if you just keep backwalking. You really don't need all that setup that I was doing. Like, you should be fine just roughly eyeballing it and backwalking. It's pretty easy and safe. I was just showing that in case it makes it easier. The other reason to do this now is that you need magic to get Din's Fire. Or Furor's Wind. And those can be useful. Technically both of them are optional, but you need to know a few little things to do the game without Din's Fire, and let's be real, you do not want to go into Shadow Temple without Din's Fire. And Wind is like really useful for some parts later on. Not really until you become adult, but still, it's definitely worth it. You can get Wind as adults, but you cannot get Din's Fire as adults. So if you don't get Din's Fire before becoming an adult, you'll need Forest Medallion for another chance at it, because you can't become child again until you get Forest Medallion from Forest Temple. So we should have 10 sculptures now, and we do. Another fairly quick one you can get, if you don't, is you can go into Death Mountain Trail, blow up the first little bomb wall, and there will be a gold sculpture there. It should be there even in daytime. You can take it out, and then it looks like you can't get it without Boomerang, but you can. You can just climb up the wall like it's a ladder for some reason. I think I'm going to get Din's Fire now. And maybe also make my first purchase of Bomb Chews, but you don't have to do it yet. If you wanna tackle Jabu first, that's totally fine. Jabu-Jabu's belly I would call the first hard dungeon, even though it's not a temple. There are a few things that can trip you up, and Barinade is one of the harder fights in the whole game. Not the hardest if you have practice against everything, but one of the harder ones, I think, for sure. It's been a while since I've lost a run to Barinade, but I have had to try multiple times to do Barinade Damageless in every type of challenge run I've done that has required it. Tutorial dialogue mode? Yeah, I am in tutorial dialogue mode. I'm trying to, give all the information I know for how to do stuff in case it helps anybody else. And as like an archive sort of thing. Since there aren't too many resources out there on doing the whole game like this, even though there are a lot of resources for the game in general. This guy sells bomb chews at night. These are really nice to have. They're expensive, but they're worth having once you become adult Link. So I'm buying 10 now. I want to get all the way up to 50, which is the max before I become adult. You can only buy them as child. Because of that, I do want to be getting some money throughout as I play. It's 100 rupees for 10 and 180 rupees for 20, and he has 4 in stock of each amount, and they never refill throughout the game. You can get more through Bombchu Bowling or the Carpet Salesman later on, but those are both a lot less convenient. You can buy magic beans here. I like to get one and plant it in Death Mountain Trail because there's boulders there with Adult Link, and the bean makes it a little bit easier to get around. But most of the magic beans are not that useful for Damageless, especially if you're not doing optional things along the way. Now, there aren't really any threats for a few minutes, aside from fall damage. We have to kind of go up and down over and over a few times. There is... Can't really see it very well here, but there is like a landmass down there. And you can land on it and take damage if you dive while angling to the left. So you want to be going straight forward off the ledge or angled to the right. We need a fish, so I'm just gonna save a little bit of time by using the bottle we already have for it instead of using the one required bottle We'll be getting in a little bit for it. Save the trip down and up. If you want to, which I do, you can set up getting a Scarecrow song here. There's only one thing I use it for in the run, which is Sacred Forest Meadow. To walk right over all the scary moblins. If you feel comfortable there, you don't have to get Scarecrow's song at all. But I don't feel comfortable there, so I get Scarecrow's song. In this part, I've heard that if you fast forward through a demon shows up in your house. Demons are pretty fun though. Now we can get wind. Again, not very useful yet, but it will be. Heat up my laptop by playing so much fast forward. Get eaten. If you roll between the Octoroks, they won't bother you. You don't have too much that can deal with the bubbles yet, but Deku nuts do it great. I think you can stun the jellyfish with Deku nuts, but I'm not 100% sure, and there's no real need to. You don't take fall damage here. You just don't. As long as you land in the right spot. There are 4 bubbles in the first hallway. And 3 in the second hallway in this room. Throw her up there. There are 3 stingers in this pool. They don't like you being in the pool with them, so get out right away, but they've never bothered me so far. Wow, that bubble does not usually get so far out of the tunnel. Definitely take care of those bubbles in advance. Here you can hold target and shield to get the Octorok. Then we just wait and see if Ruto squirms. She did not. There is a jellyfish in this room, but as long as you jump out right away, you should be fine. Walk around the edge here to avoid the bigger jellyfish. There are some scary things in the ground, or whatever the equivalent of ground is here. But if you stick to the walls, you should be okay. It takes one nut to get these out of the ground and another one to actually stun them. So I got 2 or 3 at a time the first time and then the remaining, which means 4 nuts for this room alone. You can definitely see the nuts starting to become a lot more useful now. Now that we have Boomerang, you can knock out the worms. I think they're called tailspirons, if you want to, but I just walk past them. I feel like I'm more likely to get hit if I mess around too long. Here you approach as you tear the first time, and then if you stay in the center you can just spam the button, but you do want to be ready because sometimes things can go wrong, and if it winds up and your boomerang aim isn't true, I do have to be ready to side hop away to dodge, or else that's the end of the run. Didn't really need to be on the left side there. Now we have a repeat room for very little reason. Pretty much just to demonstrate that the obstacles of the corresponding color go away when you knock out the parasitic tentacle question mark. But there's no other point, it's the same room. This one is a little different. You do need to take out all of these to get out of the room, so no getting around dealing with these even if you want to. So that's one way to take out one of these. The tentacle is slightly harder to deal with if you activate it once. I think we can walk around the perimeter of the room safely though. Yeah. So a lot of the time I'll wait for the jellies to come to me, but you can walk around the perimeter. After that, just get back to the start and do it like the first two, and that works fine for me. Last time that we need to walk past these. You can also weave between them. I've done that before, but seems a little bit riskier. I did lose a run once from just holding fast forward for too long during this part. The mini-boss started. And I was still in fast forward and it just walked into me. There are much faster ways to do this fight. And if you are comfortable with them, they're probably safe. But if you just walk around and follow it while on the inside of the room but not quite touching the spikes, then eventually you catch up enough to hit it with Boomerang and kill it in one Deku Stick Jump Slash. So that's what I do. You can roll to go a little faster, but it's a little awkward when you're moving in a big circle. So I don't really like it there. There's a pair of nut refills here, which is really nice. It's good to be stocked up on those before Barinade. For safety. This Octorok is a little bit more of a problem than some of them are. So I make sure to take it out. Don't really need to, but I do like to take that one out. No harm in getting Deku seeds if they're available. And again, if you just pick and choose which of these to attack and which side of the vines to climb, you're probably safe without dealing with all of them, but there are 5 and I always take out them all in full game damageless. Oh yeah, the magic jar scene of picking one of those up for the first time can interrupt you in what you're doing. So if you're in a safe spot, it can be worth it to pick up the first one, even with full magic, just to get it out of the way. I'm pretty sure that if you throw the boomerang here and side hop, you won't take fall damage because of the cutscene playing out, but I see no reason to take risks like that in this setting. So climb back down. I don't know if I explicitly mentioned this yet, but this does all have to be in a single emulator session, so if this were still a valid run of the achievement, it would have to be all in one go. Barinade has consistent strategies, but they're difficult to pull off, and it is possible but difficult to improvise if you mess up. So I'm gonna go for faster strategies first and then see where we're at. Phase 1, roll twice in. Side hop right twice. Throw that. Side hop left twice. And if you throw boomerang right away there, it will stun phase 2 immediately with all the external jellyfish vulnerable, and you can take them all out with one Deku Nut, which starts phase 3. Then this starts, and if you time a boomerang on phase 3, as it starts just right, same thing happens. And then you can do that, and then as you Deku Nut the last of the jellyfish, in phase 3, you want to walk backward and sort of in a semicircle away. Otherwise, you'll get hit by a laser. For phase 4, it's good to stun it while it's not right up against the wall, because that way after you attack it, you'll be able to just circle strafe around it to dodge all its lasers. At this stage, if you roll into it, Link will take knockback and Barinade will act again more quickly. I believe that's not real damage, but I'm not 100% sure, and it scares me, so I don't do that. I just walk around like this and wait to repeat the process, and it takes 3 Deku Stick jump slashes in phase 4 to win the fight. I could be doing crouch stabs, but there are more important things in life than making sure you crouch stab at every possible opportunity. And that's Barinade down. If you mess up any of those things or you don't go for them, generally the important thing is to keep moving while it's not stunned. And when it is stunned, try to use Deku Nuts on the jellyfish, but err on the side of caution and walk away when there's any risk it might be lasering, because it does laser while it's quote-unquote stunned in phase 3, I know at least. So, that's Jabu belly, and also Jabu-Jabu's belly. And the only things left for child are a couple cutscenes and preparing for adult. Adult Link is generally much harder than Child Link, so it does help to at least prepare a little bit for it, even with the extra time it takes. Oh yeah, and if you did need to do those backup things for Barinade, it would definitely help to have a bunch of Deku Nuts. Which is why, even though I'm only 3 below my maximum capacity right now, I was saying that it helps to have a bunch of them for Barinade. You can get nut and stick refills here. There's no real need to max out your sticks for any near sections, since Adult Link can't even use them, but this is a pretty easy time to get them, and there are still 1 or 2 major child sections left later on, depending on your routing. Like, it'll be 1 or it'll be 2. I do also like to stock up on bombs at least a little bit. You can get ammo for various things off the grass and like Hylia pretty easily. I'm messing up my quick spins. If you have trouble doing quick spins, try rotating the controller twice quickly instead of once. That can help. See how easily we get the exact ammo we want? It's great. Here we go. You probably don't need that many bombs as Adult Link, but it doesn't hurt. And 11 was kinda low. Okay, there we go. Oh, you weren't even following with that account and have moderator status? Yeah, I think that's the account you were using more when I was streaming regularly originally. Like 4 years ago or however long it's been. Another thing I want to do is upgrade my Deku Nut capacity. The second upgrade for them takes like a whole extra half hour, but this one's pretty fast. There are a lot of ways to take out business scrubs, but I feel like the safest way still is just to use the shield. And just like that, from 20 to 30. And the last thing I want is to plant my bean. You do need bombs fairly often as Adult Link, so it is pretty nice to have more than 20, but if you get bomb chews in advance, you're more than fine on that front, probably. You thought you lost access to the account before you started interacting with me? I think I remember when you lost access to it. So you definitely have used it in the time we've known each other. So I planted the bean, which I think means I'm ready for adult, except having bomb chews, which will just be rupee farming. Making it daytime just to not have to worry about the stall children in Hyrule Field again. Might be like day anyway with the rain cloud. I don't know how it works, but here's this cutscene. The Ocarina of Time is in the river right now. When you pick it up, it counts as reloading the area when you come back because you are like going into a weird version of the Temple of Time when you pick it up to learn Song of Time. Because of that, we can get money now and then learn the song and get money again. I've just been getting them without saying anything, but the reason these red rupees are here is they expect you to like stand on the drawbridge as it raises come nightfall and then walk across the top of the drawbridge, but the rupees are just there anyway, even in daytime. And the reason I'm targeting twice is because of the sticky walls I mentioned briefly earlier. So targeting against that little wall makes me face it directly, then flicking left and targeting again makes me face directly left. And then I can just walk right up without worrying about falling down so much. There's actually 60 rupees here, but at least when I'm playing with fast forward, I feel like it's just as fast to get 40 and reload the area. I haven't timed it or anything though. Just make sure you always roll as you come down, because I think you can take fall damage doing this. We only need 180, so I will get the other red rupee this time. The game gets very slightly confused if you're falling when you enter load zone. So Link just falls through the ground. It's fine. Okay, so now I'm going to do a quick check of all the stuff I have. We've got 30 nuts, that's good. 19 bombs, that's fine. 50 bomb chews, great. Planted our bean. 2 bottles. Both the spells we can have. Also, I haven't mentioned yet, Naru's Love, which you can get much later on, is banned from the challenge because it makes it much easier not to take damage. We've got gold sculptures, and we've got all 5 of the songs we can have right now. The old Link has perished. The new Link shall take his place. Yes. Every time we go in a load zone, we've created a new Link. A link to our future. Gotta love that beautiful dramatic music that's been so sped up as to be indecipherable. In this part of the run, you press the A button to pick it up, and then you gotta wait a little bit, and then you press the A button, and you keep pressing the A button. They talk for a little bit. The game will go a tiny bit faster if your name is only one character long. Usually I do have it that way. For this playthrough, for the stream and recording, I did actually name myself Puzzle. If you can't read the Japanese, you won't be able to tell that, but I did name myself an actual name this time. But if you want to spend the least amount of time possible on Ocarina of Time, which is a little weird if you're spending several hours per temp on this, but I do it. You can just make your name or something like that. Coming out of here, there's a bunch of redeads. They won't stun you in this area, so you're probably fine if you're just a little bit careful and you walk past them or roll past them, but if you want to be safe, you can use Sun Song. There are no more stall children and no more P-hats in Hyrule Field. It's much safer here now, but you can still take damage because now there are Poes, the ghosts. Like if you walk near that sign, I believe a Poe will spawn. And they can spawn all fires that attack you. Po 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 po. Something about Child Link I didn't mention is the mask quest. I didn't mention it much anyway, since it takes so long, but it does get you some nice upgrades. It gives you Deku Stick upgrade and a Deku Nut upgrade. Here we just wanna... We're only here for Scarecrow, so I just wanna walk around next to the wall to get to and from Banaria. And that avoids alerting the blue Tektites. But if you do want to do the mask quest as child, then one way to handle Hyrule Field is when you're delivering the bunny hood to the running man, is you can wear the bunny hood and make it nighttime to get to him, so he'll be lying down and you'll be totally safe from everything. Because P-hats are inactive at night and stall children do not appear while you are wearing bunny hood. And you can talk to the running man, sell him the bunny hood, and then quickly play Sun Song to make it daytime. So that the stall children don't have time to get to you, and then you should be okay. Bunny Hood stops stall children from spawning, and Skull Mask prevents certain enemies from getting aggressive to you. I think it's the Gways that it has that effect on. Those are the birds that you like see in like Hylia and Lon Lon Ranch. With that little detour out of the way, I am now en route to get Hookshot from Dampé. Graveyard is a little bit more dangerous now, not too much. Each lantern is an inactive Poe. If you get too close, it'll wake up. The grave for Dampé is this one, so if we walk over here and we pull the grave from the right side like this, we can get in here without ever waking up a Poe. Dampé largely matches your own speed, so you can go mostly as slow as you want, as long as you're still moving most of the time and you'll survive. You just need to make it into each little door before the timer runs out. I don't do this too often, and normally I wouldn't test it since I'm not too comfortable, but since this is a dead run anyway, I'll show it off. If you're holding target and you move with your shield at, you should be able to deflect his fires. Yeah. So that's pretty nice. So that can help make this safer too. So with those two things at your disposal, this should be pretty doable. It's definitely dangerous if you don't take it seriously. This is a very easy spot to accidentally take damage if you're rushing through it. And I think the game probably expects you to get hit once or twice, even in a good run, since the time that you need for the optional piece of heart for going fast in this segment, you can get that time just rolling, even if you get hit by 2 separate fires. And by this point, he should stop throwing fires. And now you just gotta make sure not to fall into the pit and that you're going fast enough to get through. So we finished with 118, which is like way slower than I would be going in a normal playthrough, but this is not a normal playthrough. There's Hookshot. And again, if this were a speedrun, or if this were a randomizer and you didn't have Song of Time, you could do a cute little thing where you like side hop left and then right here to get voided out on purpose. But that does damage. And also, since we need every song, we do need Song of Storms, and this leads directly into that. That's convenient. Okay. That's that out of the way. Now I'm going to go to Goron City for 3 different reasons, even though I'm not going to do Fire Temple yet. I'll go over them as I get to them, I guess. Before that, we need to actually make it there. Deathman Trail, like I've mentioned before, is more dangerous as Adult Link. If you're scared of those Tektites, you can throw a Deku Net at them, but should be fine. Standing here, you should be able to get here fast enough pretty easily, and it's safe from the boulders. Then after that, I don't bother memorizing how to stand in safe spots from the boulders because I take the bean up. If you play Song of Storms here, you open up a grotto, and in this grotto are 200 rupees. Very, very convenient. The first thing I want now is to explode Link the Goron here, or I guess this is Puzzle the Goron. And that gives us Goron Tunic and opens the doors. This guy can be a little bit dangerous if you don't have a strategy. If you already have the bow, you can just shoot a bomb flower from above as he rolls past it, but we do not have the bow because there are useful things here. What I do is I stand right here next to these stairs. I wait for him to come by. I'm aimed, hopefully, correctly. And when he comes here, I'm gonna wait for him to be in the line a little bit more, and then I'm gonna press Bomb Chew. I'm gonna press Shield, and then I'm gonna side hop to the left all very quickly. So I'm not sure whether I just missed or if he like jumped over it, but either way we're fine because of that side hop to the left. With this strategy, the bomb chew should never explode in your face, and even if the bomb chew misses him, you should be safe from his rolling. And if you're successful, you don't even need to go up to check because you get the noise and he starts talking to you. Then you can talk to him. You gotta do each dialogue option. Get Goron Tunic. Goron Tunic is useful for more reasons than just the heat protection, although the heat protection is nice. It also gives you, I'm not sure exactly how long, but I want to say like somewhere from 2 to 4 seconds, something like that, of invulnerability to harmful floors, which I think they intended it just to be lava, like the lava in Fire Temple or Dodongo's Cavern, not the lava in Death Mountain Crater. That'll still hurt you, because that's just the death plane. But it also applies to spike floors, and it applies to poison floors. I guess they're just programmed the same way. So Goron Tunic is pretty nice. You can use bomb flowers all the way for these walls as well. I'm just using regular bombs for extra safety so they don't explode in my hands like how I lost Throne earlier. And here's the second reason we're here, which is the Giant's Knife. This has the same damage values as the Bigoron sword, which is the strongest weapon in the game. I believe it's twice as powerful as the Master Sword, which itself is twice as powerful as the Kokiri sword. The only things about Giant's Knife compared to Bigoron's sword are it costs 200 rupees and it breaks. If you hit things enough times with it, or you hit it against the wall, it just breaks. If it does break, you can buy it again for 200 rupees. If you end up needing to do that, this pot in Darunu's room has 20 rupees. Alternatively, the 2 pots outside of the Hag's Potion Shop in Kakariko Village, they each have 20 rupees for 40 total every time you go in and out of that door. Neither of those are exactly fast, but they're not slow ways to get money, so if you need it in a pinch, it works. And ideally, our Giant's Knife should be breaking once or 0 times in the entire playthrough. because since crouch stabbing is allowed, you can store the giant's knife's damage value and then switch to crouch stabbing with either the Master Sword or, once you get it, the Megaton Hammer. And then you'll still be doing giant's knife damage. The last reason we're here is for Bolero of Fire, which we just got. This is the most convenient warp song in the game for a lot of different things. Gotta be careful hookshotting our way back out. Until we get Nocturne of Shadow, it's the quickest way to get to Kakariko Village. Just leave Goron City from the top, get on that overhanging ledge that you would bomb Dodongo's Cavern from, go into first-person view, look down, wait for a boulder to pass you by, then jump down and hold forward and just be careful on your way down of tektites and boulders. And this is also our safest way into Lost Woods. Even compared to Minuet of Forest, once we get it, Minuet of Forest still has you go past all those moblins. Whereas this, you just hookshot up that bridge, walk into Goron City, and walk into Lost Woods. And Lost Woods, by extension, gets you to Kokiri Forest, Sacred Forest Meadow, and Zora's River very easily. It's very nice. So the moblins, if you do want to fight them, or get past them without Pierre the Scarecrow, hookshot just one-shots them, so be very careful, wait around the corner for an angle and get them like that. I've been told there's a way to jump up here even without Scarecrow. I don't know how to do that though. As soon as Navi talks to you, you can play Scarecrow's song. Hookshot up here. Just jump over all the moblins, it's pretty great. You're probably fine with this one, but it does have a patrol path along the main entrance here. If you just weave back and forth across this thing, you should be fine, but there's also no reason to risk it. Take out a bomb chew, line yourself up with the left edge of the B button, and it's 3 bomb chews to kill it. And there you go. And it drops money too. Nice if your knife breaks. And here's Minuet of Forest, and we're coming up on Forest Temple, which is probably the second hardest dungeon behind Ganon's castle. You can choose to do Forest Temple, Fire Temple, or I guess also Ice Cavern first. But Forest Temple has 2 big advantages. The first of those is that it's hard, and it's nice to get difficult things out of the way earlier, especially in a really long run like this. The second of those things is it gives you a bow, and the bow is nice. I was hoping I could fall through the floor again. If we take a step forward here, Wolfos will spawn. We don't have to take a step forward. We can hookshot this vine facing to the right, climb up this. If you don't want to, you don't even have to make this jump. You can just hookshot over to the chest. And I've never lost a run yet to just like jumping down like this and rolling to the door past the Wolfos, but it's a little bit safer, I guess, to roll all the way back out of the dungeon so that their spawn and locations are consistent again, and then you can roll past. And then you can make it to the door before they hit you. Hookshot and bow both instantly kill Skulltulas, no questions asked, even if they're facing toward you. There's one other obstacle first, but we're coming up on the hardest normal enemy in the game, and arguably the hardest enemy in the game, which is a Stalfos. Two of them, in fact. So I'm storing my Giant's Knife. I'm gonna take out my Deku Nuts. We do need to be careful in this hallway. You can stun that thing with the Deku Nut if you want to. And now, two Stalfos are going to spawn at once. Stalfos are pretty involved. You can take them out damageless reliably, but there's a lot of factors. And more Stalfos fights in the game than not have something extra going on with them to make them additionally challenging. This is the first time you see them and you already have to fight two at once. If you Deku Nut them right away as they spawn, I think it does stun them, but then Navi won't target them correctly afterward. There's two main strategies we can use. Both of them involve getting a Stalfos stunned in the first place. An important thing to note is that if you're targeting a Stalfos and there's a second Stalfos, the Stalfos you are not currently targeting will not attack you. But if you are targeting neither Stalfos, both of them will attack you. And if you are targeting, you cannot crouch stab. So that's where some risk reward comes into play. They're most vulnerable after they do a jump attack. It is also probably their most dangerous attack. You're safest strafing to the right, and if they do a jump attack, side hopping to the right, but you need to stay adaptable. If you're not specifically trying to bait out a jump attack of theirs, the safest distance to stand from them is a medium distance, because if you're far away from them, they're more likely to jump attack you. If you are too close to them, their standard attack can hit your head over your shield, even if you're holding shield. Okay, so now I have one of them stunned, and I have my Giant's Knife jump attack stored. A pretty reliable way to deal with them that Silverleaf taught me is that if you get behind the stunned one and then throw another Deku Nut right away after you crouch stab it, it will usually be jumping again and you'll interrupt its jump with another Deku Nut. And it'll be stunned again, and then it just takes 2 crouch stabs to kill one of these. However, as mentioned, you will then be vulnerable to the other Stalfos. And as you can see, that one is right near. It's right near the one I have stunned, so I don't feel safe trying that in this scenario. Because of that, I'm going to take out my Master Sword with a regular attack. Then I'll do a jump attack, and then I'll throw a Deku Nut for safety, more so than it is to definitely stun it. It might stun it again, it might not. And once you commit to the Master Sword jump attacks, there's not that much point in going back to Giant's Knife. It takes too long to set up again. That nut was pretty lucky since I got both of them. If I have time, I'll run over to the second one afterward and try to do the strategy I described on it alone, but we'll see. Yeah, this looks good. So since we're using Master Sword, it takes 3 attacks with jump attacks instead of 2. And that's how I do Stalfos fights. And something else you may have noticed there, and also that I was doing against Barinade, is pausing the game. Ocarina of Time has really generous pauses. If you're pausing and unpausing repeatedly, the game just won't advance. And you can even buffer inputs by spamming those inputs while you're coming out of a pause. So if you're not sure if you'll react in time, or your nerves are getting to you, or you need time to think about what to do to respond to a given situation, don't be afraid to pause the game. There is no downside to pausing the game, and you can do it as much as you want. That's just a normal thing you can do in Ocarina of Time anytime you're playing it in any setting. It's useful for glitches, it's useful for normal gameplay. Oh yeah, so very early on I mentioned that there are some things I might not have as good strategies for still, and there are some things I still might not understand perfectly. I don't get how these things work, these giant Deku Babas. I know if you hit them enough, they die. I don't know why though. Like, sometimes it takes more hits than other times. I don't know if it's timing, if it's aiming, or what. But for the time being, if I have Megaton Hammer, which I usually don't, then I just use the hammer on it 4 times and that always kills it. Which is a great way to restock on Deku Nuts, by the way. And if I don't have hammer, I just store Giant's Knife, Jump Slash, and Crouch Stab it from a safe distance. Which you do want to be careful about with those until it dies. And sometimes that's fast and sometimes it's not. If you try to kill these, it's important to do it manually, or at least to wait a good while for your targeting to stabilize before you attack the lower one, because sometimes it'll like hookshot the vine instead of the Skullwalchula, and then you'll just hookshot yourself right into a damage source. As for this one at the top, Skullwalchulas only come after you if they see you. So their line of sight extends from the bottom of the skull, as it were. Here's another one of these things. They can be annoying to try to kill normally, but thankfully you can just Deku nut them and then attack them however you want. I think they take 2 regular Master Sword slashes, but you don't need Giant's Knife stored for them to one-shot them. You can just Master Sword jump attack. See, same thing with these. Like, why is this tiny old thing taking so long? I changed the angle of my sword on the hit that killed it, but I don't know whether that actually mattered or if it was just its time to go. Here I jump down and roll. The first Octorok rock should go way above you, and then that should give you ample time to walk around to take it out. If you feel confident dealing with these things without killing them, you can go for that, because it does take a long time to kill them sometimes, but they can extend so far. I think they get you even if you're swimming in the water. So I just play it safe so far. I take the time to kill the giant Deku Baba all 3 times to the courtyards. It's kind of neat that Navi still sounds the same in English and Japanese. And that time it was 1 hit. I feel like it has to be something about its hurt box, but I don't know. Anyway, we've got 3 keys, so now we can move on in here. I like to Deku nut this thing just to prevent it from getting near me. Then we've got some blocks to move around. I would like to drink some of my drink while I do this part. I've been talking for 2.5 hours straight, but I do still need 2 hands to push the blocks. Maybe I'll take a little break after Forest Temple, but I don't know, I don't have a BRB screen set up or anything. I'm gonna have to take a break at some point. Maybe multiple. If I even do the whole thing. Usually these 2 skull things are far enough away from you, but sometimes one of them can get kinda close to the ladder, which is why I like to side hop holding shield when turning that corner. There's wall masters here, but they won't bother you as long as you keep moving. We're coming up on another Skullfist fight. This one is one Skullfist with a giant hole in the floor, followed by that hole in the floor getting filled in, and then two Skullfists at once, which revive after a while if you don't kill them quickly enough in succession. I believe I still have Giant's Knife stored. Yep, that's Giant's Knife stored. So that works great on individual Skullfists. But then you have to be a little more adaptive with these ones. It's crazy I didn't get hit there. I think this is okay. I'm gonna go for it. Even if you don't stun an enemy, Deku Nuts often will at least make dangerous enemies like this hesitate before attacking you, which is why I throw safety nuts a lot of the time, like you see me do there. This is the first time in the run that I use wind. You can place it in any of these three rooms and it has more or less the same effect for you. The bow room we were just in, this hallway, or the hallway before the bow room. We're gonna set it down and then use it later to skip some backtracking, and I don't mind backtracking in normal gameplay, but the more backtracking you do, the more enemies you have to deal with, and the more time you're liable to take damage. There are a few different ways to deal with Post Sisters pretty safely. If you're really confident, you can just run at them and crouch stab them, at least with the first two. I don't do that. You can also hookshot repeatedly, or you can do this. You draw your sword, you target them, hold shields while you're not doing anything else, wait for them to go invisible, throw a nut, wait for a second, jump attack, repeat. Perhaps Faya should try to stream something sometime. Once a week may be a reasonable pace. Unsure which weekday would be ideal for that. Yeah, I know it can be difficult to stream, especially regularly. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, but I would definitely enjoy it if you did and try to be there whenever I can. I think that would be really fun if it worked out well. These two Post Sisters are just the same exact thing. Difficult to choose a weekday and time, for sure. And I think that's for me, that's something difficult to the point of being prohibitive. But I certainly see the appeal of the schedule. especially if you have other things on a regular schedule already. This one has a key, so we do need to open this one. Woo! Once again here, I'm gonna do more nuts to be safe. I hop up to the right coming out of that door. There shouldn't ever be skulls there when you first come into the room. And then I throw a gratuitous amount of caution at these things. You can see my Deku nuts starting to get pretty low, but we'll be coming up on another giant Deku Baba pretty soon that we can use to restock. Get the boss key here. That's one jump where I often don't roll just because it's less time vulnerable to the wall master. Ooh, and sometimes these drop nuts. Okay, I have Jump Slash stored, but it's a Master Sword Jump Slash, so just... I don't even know whether it makes a difference, but just to get more damage out, because these things are annoying, we'll get a Giant's Knife Jump Slash. If you want to, you can crouch stab these right through the wall. I don't know how much that helps. Like, you're either in range of them or you're not. And it kind of seems like they die more if you're closer to them. I don't know. If it stays green, you still can't attack it. I think that's a bug or whatever. Keep a close eye if you're fighting the Floor Master babies, because if a nut doesn't get one of them, you need to be ready for that. Those things, they're usually very easy. Another thing you can do is just hold a fully charged spin attack after you jump attack the full-size one. They're usually very easy, but if they get out of hand, they can become a bigger hand. The only reason I'm gonna be going back out the door here again at all is because I want more Deku nuts. No other reason whatsoever. We got the boss key. We got the small key. That's all the stuff we need from going down this path. So, now that I've got these again, we can just warp back here. And that does count as a new load, so to get anything stored in your crouch stab, you need to do a new attack again. Be careful! Uekara! Orite kuru. I'm done reading the sentence. There are two ways to activate this frozen eye switch. The one the game expects is to fire an arrow through this torch at it. And if you did not get Din's fire, you have to do it that way. I usually do it that way. I have no issue with it, but you can also just do this. But you do need to ride these back either way. There's only a ladder up to the eye switch, not back up to the door you came from, which is the only way to leave. These things are total non-issues, you just walk past them. They're in set very tiny patterns. Here, the ceiling falls down, that's fun. You can take your time more here if you want, but I see no reason to. The spot with the switch is safe. Avoid the tiles with shadows from sculptures and just run to the door. I assume you take damage if you're standing under one of these when it comes down, but I don't know for sure. I just fire the arrow as soon as I come in. I think there's a quicker way to solve this puzzle, barely. Maybe. But this is how I've always done it, and it works. It's 3 pushes from Link for a block's length, if you need any reference for how far to push the blocks when they're a little farther away from you. This one spawns a lot more ready to attack you, so with this strategy you do need to be a little quick about bringing up your shield, and you need to be a little quick about drawing your sword and then jump attacking after you use the net. Here we are at the last post sister. I assume pretty much anybody who would be trying this challenge probably knows, but the one that spins is the real one. I don't know if there's more of a trick so you can tell faster, but you don't need any more of a trick. Regular arrows and hookshot do the same amount of damage, and as far as I know, they're the only weapons we have that can hit this post sister, so I figure why not use the one that doesn't use up ammo. It's 5 hits. Come down here. Push this way. The switch. Push it some more. The switch. And then, since we don't care about the gold sculpture, you can either go around behind it and push it twice more, or you can ride the elevator back up and down. Because it is the initial position of the room floor that has that. This is a hard boss. I'm going to use a strategy that's not completely foolproof, but it's what I use, and it's pretty easy compared to other strategies. It requires much less strict timing than fighting normally. And it involves actually fighting with the giant's knife instead of storing its damage. This is Phantom Ganon. For the first phase, there's going to be 2 copies of him coming through the paintings. So we're going to be quickly looking at all of them. The real one is lighter in color. The fake one is darker in color. Oh, and I don't know the exact positions, but if you don't get them in time, you're less likely to be hit by the floor lightning if you stand kind of near but not at one of the vertices of the arena, out at the edge of it. If you have time to get there, of course. Okay, so what I'm gonna be doing is charging a spin attack, getting as close to him as I can while charging. When he fires a ball of lightning at me, I'm going to release the spin attack and I'm going to start walking away. More often than not, this will stun him. If it doesn't stun him, then his deflection shouldn't hit me because I'm walking away. I've heard something about his laughter indicating whether he deflects, but I don't know the logic behind it, so I can't speak to it. The big drawback about this strategy is that there is an attack he very rarely uses where he rams you with his spear. And if you're charging spin attack instead of quick spinning, and I will be charging, you'll have way too much end lag to be able to dodge that. He does not stay stunned for very long, which is why I actually used the knife. And there he is. That's a way to beat Phantom Ganon fairly safely. You don't need to time the tennis with regular sword slashes or an empty bottle. It does not work every single time, but it works much more often than not. If it doesn't work, you're probably going to lose your entire run. So, if you're very confident about doing the fight normally, just do the fight normally. But if you're not confident about the tennis timing, maybe try out what I just did. And my knife survived this time. It's broken from this fight once. I'm not sure what the exact difference was that caused it. I'm a little bit nervous about taking a break, moving my computer around, and leaving the stream running. I'm afraid I'll, move one of the cables around wrong in my laptop. But I do need a break, so I'm going to take one. I'm just gonna drop a BRB message in the chat since I don't have anything better. I'm gonna mute the mic and I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm not sure exactly how long. If nothing unexpected happens, it'll be anywhere from 3 to 15. I hate to give such a wide range, but as I've mentioned, I do have a setup that's not fully fleshed out, and I have unique personal needs, so I do have to give a time range that long. Back soon. Hey, I'm back. I see I got raided while I was out using the bathroom and taking a sip of my drink. Welcome everybody. Stream was unguarded, it was easy. So this run lost a very, very long time ago. Very early on. I've only taken damage once, but it was all the way back in Dodongo's Cavern, which is the second dungeon in the game. Still is Child Link, but I figure I'll only be able to stream or record this once, so I'm playing the game out in full, or at least until I get to a point where I have to stop for health. Good practice on forest? Yes, indeed. So I'm doing this as a demonstration, as a guide, and as practice. And we just finished Forest Temple, and we did successfully get through the entire dungeon without taking any damage in it. There was one close call with the Stallfus, but it didn't hit us. Link definitely took some mental damage there with the new Deku tree sprouting. He has witnessed the miracle of Lif, and he will never be the same. It's actually unrelated that he'll never be the same. He's been traumatized by circumstance, but he won't ever be the same, and part of that circumstance was just explained to him. Link just got like reverse trauma dumped. I don't really like that term because I feel like it guilts people for saying stuff they've been through, but it's kind of absurd what just happened to him. Link just saw a person become a living being and then tell Link's traumatic backstory. That's unusual to experience, in my estimation. We're gonna be trying to mostly do the hardest remaining things as they become available. And with that in mind, next up is Ice Cavern, which then leads into Water Temple, and Water Temple gives us access to the Gerudo area for a lot of the stuff there. Ice Cavern, I felt pretty good about it when I started doing these runs, but more and more I feel less and less confident about my strategies for this place. So, for anyone else trying this themselves, if what I do here looks a little bit unreliable, I encourage, even more so than usual, trying things out yourself and seeing what works and what's safe. There's Octoroks here, but as I was taught, you can just swim around to that iceberg and climb up. and the Octoroks won't attack you. Sometimes it just lets you climb up it, that's pretty rare. If you mash the B button, it's more frequent for it to work out. So, in the past, my main strategy in Ice Cavern has been to move slowly when there's icicles around while targeting and holding shield, and that does give you extra defense. Oftentimes, it will block icicles. However, what I learned yesterday the hard way is that it does not always block icicles. With that in mind, I'm going to be maybe still doing that a little bit, but trying some more to play around where the icicles actually are. So you're going to be seeing some experimentation here, and since you're going to be seeing some experimentation, you might see some flailing around and some damage. Most of the icicles that fall from the ceiling and damage you in the cavern, you can see in advance. They look a little different. That's one of them. And if you keep moving and you don't retrace the steps of the rough areas you've been within a few seconds, you'll be safe from the icicles. However, there are other obstacles in this place that require you to stand still. So now what I'm trying is to walk forward when safe to areas where I have to stand still and only slowing down once I have to. There are a lot of different ways to handle the freezards. I believe they take 3 regular hits, 3 hook shots, 3 bombs. They take 2 jump attacks. For these ones where you would have to walk on the ice to approach them, and there's other obstacles besides, that's kind of a lot to deal with, so I like to use bomb chews for them. Once again, to aim directly ahead of you, I'm lining up the left edge of my B button on the user interface, the green circle that has the Master Sword in it, with that freezard in the center. I'm also trying to stay far enough away from that spike trap that it does not result in damage if I misjudge timing and the bomb chew hits the spike trap and explodes. So it's 3 chews to each. That's probably good. However, there are actually 4 freezards in this room. One of them does not spawn until you walk within range of it on the ice, and it's actually a moving one. It'll come towards you for a while and then eventually stop in place, shoot ice at you, and disappear for a while before repeating. The left side of the room here is safer than the right side of the room in terms of how much space you have and in terms of some of the geometry of the walls. So I'm going over here and I have jump slash stored, and I just got it with 2 crouch stabs. This cavern just looks so run-ending more than any boss. Yeah, this place is This place is pretty scary. Like, genuinely, this place takes a lot of work. I didn't think it would be that bad after doing the individual level restricted achievements, but it's given me some trouble. So, if I remember right, did I hang on the right or the left without getting damage in my practice this morning? I think it was the left. I'm gonna go over here. There's not even an icicle there anyway, that's fine. Okay. This room has 2 threats in it. It looks like there's one big threat. There's actually 2 threats. One of those threats is actually that tiny little pot on the other side of the room. It's a flying pot. It'll come at you and attack you. The obvious threat is the big spinning thing. It's less of a threat than it looks, though. Because of this. Yeah. Yeah, this is a cool game. It was made really well by a team of skilled developers who know entirely what they're doing. You can just crouch here and you won't take damage. Silverleaf told me he got hit while crouching here. I think that might have been from his controller locking up though, because I know he's been having trouble with that. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, as long as you crouch, you should be fine here. So the bigger threat here is the flying pot, if anything. I like to do a full run around first, just to get the flying pot out of the way. Then I'll go over here, should be out of range, but I crouched to be safe. Then I go for this one in the air because it's kind of awkward to end on it. Don't want to end on that one. And if at any point you feel in danger, just crouch. And I'll leave this silver rupee for last because it's the only one that is not in the path of the spinner. And then that opens this door up. This place is a little bit scary. It's got one Freezard, which respawns every time. It's got spinners going back and forth. And it's got icicles. But the nice thing is that when I was looking around this morning, it seems like all the icicles are above the ice. So, if you take care of the Freezard without stepping on the ice first, you're not at any risk. Frankly, you can probably just run past the Freezard and be fine, even with as bad as all this looks. But I do like to take it out. And then on this left wall here, there shouldn't be any icicles, so you just wait for the spike traps to pass. And then you're good. And just keep moving along there, and nothing should get you. And this part is quite frightening. There are 3 ice keys in this room. Ideally, you want to take them all out from a distance before you ever step foot in here. because you'll have other things to worry about, and they're not that hard, but they're a lot harder if you have to worry about ice keys at the same time. Once you do step onto the ice, one of those moving freeze arts will spawn and come at you, but if you run directly over here and climb up, you'll be fine. It won't be able to hit you. I want to show off an alternate strategy for this one because it's in a really convenient spot for it. Hookshot damages these, so if you've got a jump splash sword, you hookshot it, it'll drag it over to you, and then you can crouch stab and then it just dies. Because it's 2 damage from the jump attack and 1 damage from the hookshot. This is the only reason we came in this room. If, for some reason, you decided to get 30 gold sculptures before any of this, you can get 300 rupees, 600 rupees, or if you have 3 bottles, 900 rupees cumulative. That lets you skip like pretty much all the fire collection. And then you can just bring in your own blue fire, buy it at the potion shop, and mark it as child or Kakariko as adult. Yep. But getting 30 sculptures sounds awful. So here we are again with this. Just gonna hug the same wall we used on our way in. And we're safe. Now it's the next red ice going counterclockwise that gives us progression. That way does give us access to easy blue fire, but there's no reason to go in there beyond that. I guess if you wanted to, you could open that up now and use that as an alternate source for trials come Ganon's castle. It sounds like an unpleasant amount of extra work, but it's not that much extra work. There are some keys in this room, but they're not that bad to deal with, I would imagine. Anyway, I'm not going to be doing that today. I do want to do a full run around to get this pot out of the way again. Crouch for safety. And I feel less confident again about the icicles here. I'm gonna stay to the left, I think. Keep moving. Okay, yeah, by the time you get here, you're past all the icicles. Once again, 3 ice keys in here. Once you take out all the ice keys in the room, there aren't any more threats in here except falling in the pits, so if you're just careful, about the ice puzzle and take it slow. As you can see, I'm taking it so slow. I only sped the game up to 6 times the speed. Then there's not really any risk. The ice keys will come back if you reload the room, which will happen even if you just go in that tunnel. But there's no reason to reload the room right now anyway. Link. Slow, careful steps. And you can play Song of Time here to get those 3 red rupees and an easy path to the blue fire. But you can just jump to it. You can just jump to it, that's fine. That's a nice silver rupee to get last. Yeah, you can just jump to it. Cause that silver rupee's so safe, but none of them are that dangerous. And then here in this tunnel coming up, this tunnel is the hardest room of Ice Cavern. And it's the one I would say I don't have a good strategy for yet. So right now you can see it's not loaded. There's like a black void over there, so we're not going to be able to see any of the threats yet. Now it's loaded. But as far as I can tell, there's at least one icicle, maybe more, that, at least coming from this direction, you just can't see. So, frankly, I don't know what to do here except, like, scope it out carefully bit by bit until you see a good line. Not even 100% sure whether the icicles respawn. But I believe right up next to the Freezards is safe. Which means if you can get a line to them, then this is a great place for that hook shot crouch stab strategy. You could see I was like right next to an icicle when I did that, but I like zoomed right past it. Unfortunately, you do have to actually get that line. Okay, this should work, I think. Yeah, perfect. Okay, great. So that seemed like it worked pretty good. I might even refer to that myself later on in future attempts, once I've got this recorded. In here we've got a mini-boss. It's the white Wolfos. It just dies the exact same way as the regular Wolfos. If you just attack its tail, it dies. So now we've got Iron Boots and Serenade of Water. Lake Hylia warp is pretty good to have. think the White Wolfus has more HP than a regular one, but if you just attack its tail like that, it doesn't matter. It might not even be 8 times damage like I thought. It might be 16 times damage. I don't know. But the point is, it works. If you are not comfortable on your way out, you can use a warp song right here and now, or even right from as soon as you finish the cutscene with Sheik. And that'll just work from where you're standing. And if you're skipping Zora Tunic, you can just use Serenade of Water right away. Start Water Temple. But I like to get it. I've still got my 1 blue fire. So I just jump down. Get to King Zora the way I came. And then he gives you your wet boy tunic, and then you can like to the warp. It's always good to like to the warp. Oh yeah, if you hold target and you're swimming in a direction, and you keep doing that as you come out of the menu, you can... Well, I messed it up, but you can swim while you're thinking with the iron boots, which is very convenient. It's good for speed and it's good for safety. It's more maneuverability. We can actually do a lot of different things now. We have 3 different dungeons open to us. We have Water Temple, Fire Temple, or Bottom of the Well available. If we had Epona, which sounds like a pain in the butt to get, we could even do Thieves Hideout, but we would not be able to cross Haunted Wasteland yet, because even if you do that without Lens of Truth, you still need either a long shot or hover boots to get across. Here's the iron boots swimming I was mentioning. There are 2 blue Tektites in the central room of the Water Temple. They first spawn on the top floor on the ground outside of the central pillar. One is in the southwest corner and one is in the east at the center. And every time you reload that 3-floor room, including just by looping around to a tunnel, they will respawn. It's not really needed for anything, but you can get there early, glitchless. I'll try it once to show it off. Nah. But that also shows off that you don't take fall damage here, normally, but if you like land in this tunnel without rolling, you can still take fall damage. You can light these torches with arrows like this, or with Din's Fire. Each of these 2 pots has arrows in it, so it's more resource efficient to use arrows, even if you have both. here are clams. If you just hold the stick a very tiny bit, you'll get closer to them a little bit at a time. Gives you plenty of time to react and retreat and hold shield if you need to, and you just let loose the hook shot when they open their mouth. If you're not careful, you can start to run out of ammo in this temple. So I would be a little cautious about that, but it's not like the individual level challenges where you can't leave. You can always leave and come back later, and the most important thing is safety. I'm gonna spawn wind here. You don't need to, but it's nice. Turn right here. So, enemies in this game, they will react to you based on where you are in relation to them horizontally, not vertically. What this means is pretty much any time you go through the central room, no matter what floor you're on, you will aggro those two blue tech types I mentioned earlier. As long as you keep moving, see, one of them came down. As long as you keep moving to where you need to go, that's not normally much of an issue. But there is one spot later where you need to stand in place with normal routing for a while, and they can like be doing a pincer attack at you. So we will be doing more with those Tektites then. If you stun them, then afterwards they'll jump in your direction a few times, but if you're not close enough for them to see you still, they'll just stop coming again right after. So that's why I used hookshot on it there to get it to jump into the pit and no longer be a threat to me. You do move faster in this game while swimming if you mash B. Usually you're going to be fine even if you don't do that, but it is helpful, and it will be quite helpful in one spot. If you want to be really safe here, you can swap to Goron Tunic if you're not wearing it already, since that gives you some protection from the spikes. And you want to make sure you have a good angle when you hookshot this, so that Link will actually grab it when you hold forward. And not just fall into the spike. So, even if you don't have Goron Tunic on, if you're right between those two blocks when you start sinking down, you should be safe. No spikes there. Those things are scary when they come out rolling at you, but as long as you back away from them and take them out fast enough with the hookshot one at a time. They should retract their spikes before any of them can get to you, and then you should be able to take them all out before they take their spikes back out again. And then these clams you just take out the same way as the last ones. There was a moment earlier in an underwater hallway where I put the boots on and took them back off quickly, and I don't even remember whether there's normal enemies there, but when there are underwater hallways with an enemy on the floor like that, like if it's a clam, you can just take off the boots as soon as you're low enough to get through, and then they won't bother you because the clams will not swim up high enough to ever damage you in that situation. We need one more key, and it is from the torch path again. Torch path is east, and this comes out north. So I believe we should be turning right here, and there should be no Tektite directly above us now. I think there will be one just as we cross down there, but we shouldn't be there long enough for it to be a threat. Yeah, you can hear the Tektite. And then its location will have reset by the time we go back into that room. Now that we've got all 3 of the keys we need, we'll be going into the locked door. I forget what direction that is. West, maybe? That sounds right, maybe. I think we should be safe to just go in here without worrying about the Tektites. But once we are in here, there is a Tektite we definitely do need to worry about. They put it up there as a little trick. So as soon as you stand on or right next to that geyser, it'll jump down and approach us. Normally, I would, in a normal playthrough, I would just stand there and do this. But since we're going ultra safe, I'm gonna also stun it first. You can hit this with hookshot or an arrow, like a lot of things. Gonna use up nearly the last of our magic to place a wind here, which will save on some traversal later. Then raise the water. And I think in this situation I do want to actually take that Tektite out, because that one's gonna be a little bit cumbersome. Otherwise, you can like go past it all the way to the north to de-aggro it and then swim back up here and open the door, but it's just a lot of work when you can get rid of it with 2 arrows. 2 keys and a big pit in this room. As long as you know they're there, they're no big deal. Jump down here. I guess there's a safety platform down there. I forgot I was even there until I was told about it. I feel more comfortable just going here directly. Holding forward. As long as you're even a tiny bit quick about hookshotting these, you should keep gaining height. Easily faster than they fall into the pit. I think I want to use nuts for these tektites for some of them at least. Even though it's a little annoying. Because nuts are useful for fewer things in the temple. I'll use arrows. That sounds way less risky actually. And there's still one unopened pot with arrows in it. In the torch path. We can get that pretty easily later if we need it. I definitely am going to want to use nuts on the remaining 2 tektites in this room. The ones that are not immediately apparent. Link. Up and down, up and down. So as soon as you go up here, these 2 will start coming at you. So you can take care of them like that. There's 2 different pretty safe ways you can handle this. You can put on Goron Tunic and hookshot the like, and that will get you on top of the spikes without taking damage. Then you can walk around it and open the door. Or you can take out the like from afar with 2 bombs. No need to use up bomb trees, just regular bombs. And then it'll vanish. Then this hookshot target should put you where you want to be. And there's 2 magic refills in here, big magic refills. Here's Dark Link. This is almost certainly the hardest mini-boss, and maybe even the hardest fight in the game casually. If you don't use this one simple trick that doctors hate. And if you do, it is easy. The trick is called Deku Nuts. If you just throw a Deku Nut at Dark Link head on, it will not do much to him, he'll just roll through it. But if you throw it forward and a little bit to his side, it'll stun him. Crouch stabs don't work on him, but you can just jump attack him. And if you miss, you just roll away. Try again. And I only have 4 heart containers, and I'm doing 2 damage with each jump attack. So he's dead! It's easy as that. You can also use Din's Fire on him, but that uses up magic, and why bother when Dark Link is as easy as throwing a couple Deku Nuts. Yep, he's He's not as bad as you would think if you don't already know to do that. We've got our long shot now, which is a wonderful item. This is the spot I was mentioning earlier, where mashing B to swim faster helps a lot. I think if you're good enough at it, even once you get caught in the whirlpool's current, you'll be okay, but try not to risk it if you can avoid it. Just stay on the inward corners here for the turns. Keep pressing B a bunch. It'll come up like that. I used to use iron boots and just de-equip them when I needed to get past the whirlpools. And that was mostly safe, but it was a little scary sometimes, and I did mess up once in a while. And it's also pretty slow, and I was told you could just swim across and it works great. There's our small key. We've got our magic back. So I'm gonna warp back here, immediately replace wind. Oi. Oi. What? Oh, I'm silly. The water already is at this level. Cool demonstration video I'm making. Anyway, we need to get the water to mid-level right now, so we're just gonna go through the whole process again, just gonna go right past the Tektites. Perform our ritual. This is that moment I mentioned earlier that would be convenient for getting the remaining arrows for a refill. Gonna outpace the Tektites above me, go in here. You know, I think if you do miss this hookshot target, as soon as the hookshot isn't hooking anymore, the game will let you pause again, so you probably still have time to switch to Goron Tunic while you're falling before you hit the spikes. And now we're on to what I actually consider the scariest part of Water Temple Damageless, which is the moment with the Tektite pincer attack I mentioned. I think I got a good strategy for it, but I'm still kind of in the trial phases for it. Haven't used it in a full run yet. So I think I've aggroed the one in the corner, but not the central one. That was what I thought, but I thought I heard... Yeah, I heard the one behind me. I was wrong. I got the opposite one I thought I did. So that would be like a really easy way to lose the run. Because you're standing right on that raft there, and these Tektites' positions are really hard to track. but if you think you can go fast enough to outpace them still, even at this part, I would probably say go for it. That's probably still reasonable. Otherwise, do your best to bait them out and keep track of where they both are. Stun them with nuts and take them out and then be on your way. For the key, we need to do the same thing again, but it shouldn't be a problem this time because now we can go on the top floor ourselves and see plainly where the tech pits are. I don't want to push this one off with the nut, so I waited for it to jump at me once first. Because you do push enemies back a little when you stun them with the Deku nut. That's the key we need. Now we can go down the boss key path. I believe we're already east. I think that's probably a long enough stun in this scenario. Since we're just going down. And it cannot get below the water even once it sees us. Oh, that was the wrong direction. I'm silly. That's torch path. Progression is north, not east here. Which means going into the passage with the spike balls in that little pit on the bottom floor. But you should be fine to swim past those. If you're worried about them, try approaching from somewhere else first, or just make sure they'll be on camera ahead of time. This room is kind of a pain, because there's so many of these. The long shot does reach all of them. So even if you run out of arrows, you can slowly bait them to come closer and closer to you until you defeat all of them. But it takes a very long time. Definitely preferable to take them out with arrows if you can. It is possible to swim past them all, but pretty risky. Gonna take a sec here, my throat is drying up. I am so not used to talking for this long in a row. Okay, so you can use iron boots as a panic option here, but there shouldn't be any need for them normally. You can just wait for the boulders to pass you by and then swim through the middle sections. The tide on the edges will not completely prevent you from going forward if you're fast swimming, but they try to. In this room, there are 5 stingers. You can kill them from up here with a long shot. For safety. One time I went out the wrong door in a full run in this room after I had already raised its water level, and if you're in that situation, the stingers will come right at you. I did manage to survive it, but you'll need to be careful with just doing the best you can with long shot and Deku nuts and shield targeting if you end up in a situation like that. I imagine it would be pretty similar if you went down here before taking them all out. It's very risky to deal with them up close and personal. I don't like this puzzle. That's my commentary for this part. I don't like this puzzle. It doesn't bother me so much now that I've got fast forward and it's just a small drop of water in the ocean that is this several hour long run. But why do they make you push and pull a block from 3 different directions? It would be fine with fast pushing. Anyway. Once again, I'm going to bait these into jumping downward, which should hopefully prevent them from being threats. You can also shoot them with the bow, of course, but if you've got low ammo, that's nice. There's no need for the 3rd geyser. Wait for a boulder to pass. If you get a good jump there, you don't even need to put on irons. Water Temple's just terrible in a lot of ways. Yeah, it's sad because I think a lot of its puzzle design is mostly only flawed from things being slow that don't need to be slow. Needing to redo middle water level would take a while anyway, but the other things like block pushing and taking on and taking off your iron baits over and over and over again, those are so much better just from changes the randomizer or even the 3DS version of the game make. By just putting boots on their own button or making block pushing faster. Now that we have the boss key, we can warp back up here to eliminate some of that repetition and get up to the full water level again. There's so many timers on screen. Yeah, there are. I mentioned at the start of the run to just ignore them, and that's still pretty much what I'd recommend. There's no real reason to pay too much attention to them right now in this setting, but since I do know what they are, I can explain them. The bottom one is a full game timer in what would be real time if not for emulator speed up. you can see if I use emulator speed up, that timer will also speed up. All of them will, to go with it. The second from the bottom, the one that says 3 hours, is an in-game timer, so that only counts up while in-game time is progressing. During most dialogue, that one does not progress. The third from the top, that's almost the same as the bottom one in time, but a little different, is a timer for getting all 100 gold sculpture tokens in one sitting. We're not going to be doing that one. And the top one is for doing just the adult Link part of the game in one sitting. So that 2-hour one started when we pulled out the Master Sword for the first time. I think all of them except for the sculpture one disable if you do a glitch. This is the hallway before the boss. It's quite scary if you don't know what to do, but if you just walk up after the first spike trap hits the left wall, you're totally safe. And then we have the boss arena. I thought I was confident about how to do Morpha, but one of my runs, the run that was arguably my personal best, depending on how you quantify it, I've done like 3 different routes that got pretty far. I got hit by Morpha, so I guess we'll just see what happens. And I might need a better strategy for this. What I normally do is I just get it in my long shot one time, and then I escort it into a corner. And I trap it in the corner, and I crouch stab it over and over. And I thought that was pretty safe, but I got hit. Sure, that worked. You gotta be a little careful when you're doing this about the spikes, because you're working with a weird target here. As long as you keep re-hooking Morpha, it shouldn't hurt you or do much of anything else. If you stand too close to it, it will damage you, so you need a little bit of difference, and then I just start crouch stabbing. It worked fine there. Yeah, I don't know exactly why it went wrong last time. I guess I'm just gonna keep doing that. And if I struggle with it more, I'll try to find a different strategy, but as of today, as I play now, that's the best way I know to do the fight safely. And this is a little awkward to say, although not entirely unexpected, since I have been practicing more, but this run would now that it's past Morpha, and I've only taken damage once, this run would now be a definite personal best for me. If not for damage I took in Dodongo's Cavern, which is the second dungeon and the second easiest dungeon and only an hour into the run. But, I did, so this is not a personal best at all, actually. There are still 2 things that I have done in full runs successfully that we haven't done yet. Separate runs. One of them is Bottom of the Well and one of them is Fire Temple. The next thing we're gonna do now is Bottom of the Well, because that gets us closer to doing Haunted Wasteland. If you can do Haunted Wasteland comfortably without Lens of Truth, you can just go there right away from here. But Haunted Wasteland is one of the big terrors of the run. And I've never made it there in a full run. We're gonna warp to Crater. Navi's gonna freak out for a minute. Because this is my best way of getting to most places right now. And we're gonna work our way back to the Temple of Time to get Prelude of Light and Go Child for Bottom of the Well. All you really need the first available opportunity to do Haunted Wasteland glitchless is the long shot. You don't need anything else, but I need a lens. Or I have done lensless Wasteland before, but I don't want to. It is unpleasant. There's probably a boulder behind me, I'm not totally sure, but we're gonna try to go a little fast, just in case. You can use hover boots to cross Haunted Wasteland instead of long shot, but you can get long shot with only 2 temples entered, and hover boots requires 4 temples entered. Again, I'm avoiding getting too close to that sign there to avoid spawning a Poe. Sun Song for safety. And here's Prelude. Since this has to be in single session and you can't reset the emulator during this achievement, and you also can't reset the game, that's the same thing. You cannot just save warp as Adult Link to get Prelude like you would be able to in a normal playthrough. I guess it's daytime? I don't really know what time of day it is though. So just to get a static time of day for the stall children, I'm gonna play Sun Song twice. I'm sure it would have been fine. I'm just both using and showing off safety strategies. Sunsong doesn't even put you at the start of daytime, it puts you like halfway through it, so it's possible I give myself a worse time, but I don't know. I didn't know what time of day it was. This song was already good sped up normally. Surely it could only get better if we speed it up even more, right? And that's just logic. Gotta be a little bit careful of fall damage when entering the well. Not too big of a threat, but gotta watch out for it. There's plenty of ways to handle this Skulltula, especially on the way in. It's not a big threat, but I just boomerang it when it's vulnerable, make it extra easy, extra safe. And here I'm going to wait for the bubble. The bubbles are called shabombs and the skulls are called bubbles. I'm gonna wait for the big skull to go forward and then I'm gonna chase after it so that I'm on its cycle. And there's no risk of it coming at me from behind. I think the like to the right can eat you through the wall maybe? If you're too close? I don't know, maybe not. I might be making that up. And then you can walk right through here to not worry about the skull and not worry about the Skulltula that is in the northwest corner of this big room. Then after it passes the south side, we can jump in here. Oh, but before that, there's something else useful we can do here, so I'm gonna let the skull pass again one more time. This treasure chest is a huge pain in the butt to get early with glitches, not that that's relevant for us right now, but it was relevant for a different part of the set. It has 10 Bombchus in it, and Bombchus are wonderful. And those ones are free. I'm not totally certain whether you're safe from the skull's hitbox right when you climb up from there. So, for extra safety, you might want to see if you can wait for it to pass by, but it's a little difficult to tell if it has passed you by without climbing up first. And there's free bombs in here, too. So now if we want to get back up to max Bombchus before we become adults again, we only have to spend 100 rupees, and we can get the 10 Bombchus. Free bombs, no rubies required, although we do have enough rubies. There's a Skulltula up here. It should be safe even if you don't stun it to run up against the left wall like that, but why risk it? Just stun it with the boomerang and climb up. Here's Dead Hand. This thing's freaky. The little jump I did into the hand gives you some control earlier, but it's not like you need it for anything. You can just mash out of the hand grabbing you. Dead Hand Dead Hand does make some debris that can hit you when it goes back into the ground, so after you've done damage to it, it is important to back off. I think it takes 2 1-2 hits. Like I didn't get it there, but I'm okay. I just mash out. But if you do have to mash out, you might have to do it pretty fast depending on where Dead Hand spawns, because it is random where in the room he spawns each time, as far as I know. And here's Lens. No reason to stick around here. If you want to go out the normal way, you can use the lens on the way out while you're getting past that Sculptura in the entry tunnel to help see whether it's vulnerable, but why do that when we can just use Prelude of Light? And I'm gonna buy some more bomb chews. And then we're good to be adult again for a little while. Okay, so now I'm going to be tackling a part I've only done in practice for the segmented achievements before, although this is itself sort of still just practice, even if it's also a demonstration. And that is the desert. So I've actually never traversed this part of Hyrule Field during a full run as Adult Link. But as long as you're a little careful about pose, it should be okay. It never occurred to me to practice this part of the field. I don't know where all the regular poses are. Like, if they're in the same spots as the big pose or not. I feel like they are, but I'm uncertain. And don't the big pose spawn even if you're not on Epona? So maybe they are in different places? I don't know. Anyway, we're fine. Oh. I mean, we're fine, but... We're fine, but we're low on arrows. So this is how I would play in a full run that does not have that early Dodongo's Cavern damage, which is why I'm still going to be doing it this way. To show off my playstyle and how I tackle these sorts of obstacles. It's fewer obstacles between Bolero and Kokiri Forest than it is between Minuet and Kokiri Forest, or between Serenade of Water and the bushes at Lake Hylia. So I'm going all the way to Kokiri Forest just to buy arrows back to full. And then, after walking all this way just for that, I'm gonna walk all the way back to Gerudo Valley. And I guess I can traverse even more parts of this field that I haven't practiced. I know there's a big toe by that boulder. Like, I'm trying to kind of avoid such spots in case they're the same. And it's working out for me. I haven't seen any pose. But again, I don't know where they are for certain. If you've never done this without Epona, which some people haven't, Epona is fully optional. You don't need Epona, you can just long shot across. I've heard the Gerudo have worse vision at night. I don't know whether that's true, but it is nighttime. I also don't know whether it deals damage to you or cancels the achievement if you get caught by the guards, so we're just gonna try not to let that happen. I think if you shoot them with an arrow, they just stay stunned until you reload the area. The Gerudo are kind of interesting as fights. Their jump attack is a little dangerous, but like with Stalfos, it's also what leaves them the most vulnerable. I think the scariest part of the Gerudo fights is starting them. Because they always start behind you, and you always start with your weapon sheathed. So I'm gonna try to turn around the target shield quickly, and then retarget in time. Then I need to also take my sword back out. You can try to use nuts, but especially if you're not using crouch stabs, you will use up nuts pretty fast. It takes 5 Master Sword jump slashes. And if you can keep them at a distance, it should be pretty easy to jump attack their end lag even without stunning them. Stunning them and then using a giant's knife crouch stab would kill them faster, but crouch stabbing feels a little bit dangerous to me for these because you have to get back to neutral afterward safely. And also, while I was doing the Adult Link speedrun, I got Infinite Sword Glitch by accident during one of these fights by just spamming crouch stab here against them. Because the way you trigger Infinite Sword Glitch is if your crouch stab gets interrupted, and I kept spamming it, and she dropped the small key on top of me while I was crouch stabbing, and I got Infinite Sword Glitch, and that is a banned glitch. So that disabled the achievement for adult speedrun, and that would also happen here. Best at ISG? I do think ISG is fairly easy for me to activate on purpose. By this point, I'm not the best at doing it, but I'm fairly reliable at it. But if anything, I think I would count activating it by accident as a mark against being good at it. Because surely it's a sign of knowing what you're doing with it to, like, not use it when you don't mean to as well. Doesn't work for your joke. That is true. You have a point. The guard in that hallway I went through shouldn't see you if you go through there at all quickly. And the guard outside this room, she's not that hard to sneak past, but if you're not careful, she can catch you off guard and catch you literally. So I like to shoot her with an arrow. There are some fancy ways you can traverse this place a little bit faster that are still technically glitchless. Like with a decent angle, you can jump up here and ledge grab that. Then I guess you can like jump across and ledge grab that too. That one I don't think I've done. And then you can just be at the entrance you need over there, but there's no need for it. It's perfectly safe to go like this. You can just long shot this wooden beam and you're fine. No one will see you. Then we can go in here and hopefully fall through the floor because I like to. Yay! I do want to shoot this one for sure. And she should stay knocked out. Even... I don't know why I'm quick drawing. She should stay knocked out even on the way back. If they do hit you with their jump attack, it automatically sends you to prison, but it also does damage, which is obviously more important in this setting. These fights are a little slow like this, but what's important is the safety for a damageless run. Yep, still knocked out. And this one links back up with outside. Last of these fights. I was a little worried that I wouldn't have time to draw my sword and jump attack her there, but it let me do it. Using my side hop right there like I do against the stall foes. This is definitely the hardest of the arenas. My left eye is starting to tear up a little. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe from doing this for so long, while also doing the stream and commentary, but I feel relatively okay energy-wise right now. So I think I'll keep going for the time being. I am expecting this will probably make me pretty tired in the following days, but once in a while that can be okay. We will never be going into Gerudo training grounds in this run. I don't see why I would ever do it in an attempt. All it has to offer is ice arrows, which do almost nothing. You definitely want to have it be daytime here. Might also even help to have screen brightness turned up for me, at least. It can be a little hard for me to see some things in this area with my brightness at the setting it's usually on. I keep my screen pretty dark most of the time, which is a preference that's probably also related to my chronic fatigue. But I have to think, like, it's been a very long time since I would have known this firsthand, but if it's too dark on my laptop, surely it's too dark on a CRT. Those things are, like, showing things clearly is not their forte, and people would even deliberately design the graphics around them being fuzzy to make it look better. Anyway, you long shot to the crate, and then we're at this part. This is one of the most dangerous parts of the whole run, and the reason for that is the levers. There's at least one group of levers, possibly two, that we're going to have to walk around. If we did not have Lens of Truth active, we could quick spin with magic to take care of them relatively safely, but we will have Lens of Truth on to look at the ghosts. So I'm just going to be trying to run past the levers. Laptop, here's your, HD TV that my totally real N64 is plugged into with my legit copy of Ocarina of Time. Well, I have bought Ocarina of Time 3 separate times, and it is illegal to dump your own ROMs, so we are okay. I am on my laptop. Let's follow this ghost. I mentioned this earlier briefly, but it is damage if you void out here. So you need to deal with levers and the pathing. That would be a loss of 6 hours if this were still a real attempt. So to reset for purposes of practice and demonstration, I'm going to reset the entire room by voiding out. I don't have a better strategy for the levers or anything. All I have is just try to react to where they show up and walk around them. Usually in my practice it has worked out, but as you can see, not always. I do have a strategy for the levers in Desert Colossus after this. No strategy for this. Wasteland is as Wasteland does. If anyone else has a more real strategy, I would love to know about it. I don't have one. Okay, but at this point I do have more of a strategy. So you can hop up on this crate. The levers will not hit you while you're on the crate. At this point the ghost goes in a bit of a loop, like a triangle, comes back around. But the path, if you angle a little bit closer to the left of the two flags off in the distance, but between the two flags, and you face back, and then you backflip off the crate and you backwalk. Safety. So all there is I don't have a strategy for this levers are the 1 or 2 lever encounters before the crate. After this establishing shot is done, I'm gonna be spamming roll to get back out. Normally, even when you're rolling, you don't spam roll. You space them out a little bit to go as fast as you can, but there I'm spamming it to try to get a little bit of momentum. You get more and more buried in the sand the longer you stay in place or nearly in place in these two sandy areas. And the time Link is standing still during that establishing shot contributes to his sinking into the sand, which then reduces his mobility to dodge the levers that immediately spawn. So I leave back into Haunted Wasteland, then go back in here, quickly turn around, start backwalking. When I've got a free moment, I do a side hop to the right, maybe 2 of them, not 100% sure, and then I just keep holding backwalk. And that should be consistent for getting to Spirit Temple from the entrance to Desert Colossus safely. And again, Naru's Love, which you get over there, is banned for this achievement, so not only is there no benefit to going there, if you so much as acquire the item, you'll fail the entire challenge. So careful of that. Just walk in and out of here, and that gives you Requiem of Spirit. And Spirit Temple does have some obstacles to watch out for. There's one in particular that's pretty tough as child. But the Wasteland itself and getting here is more difficult than Spirit Temple itself. From here, I don't have a set route or order of preference for where to go next. Spirit Temple and Fire Temple are both available. Spirit Temple requires Megaton Hammer for all treasure chests, but not for just clearing it. So we can just do Spirit Temple now. Whoa, there's a bird. Alright. Don't stay outside here too long. That's good to know. I didn't even leave the entrance area. Fire Temple will give us access to Shadow Temple indirectly. Spirit Temple will give us nothing immediately as it's of any use. But it's not like we much need the hammer for anything either. Since we're already partway through it, I'll do Spirit Temple now. I think I want more Deku nuts. How do I even get those? Kind of regretting not getting them as adult. I guess I could still go adult. Oh, whatever. Let's just go. It'll probably be fine. So there's no real big threat here. You can line yourself up and then backwalk from the warp points. This works as adult or as child. Depending on your angle, you might just backwalk up with no interference. Otherwise, you might have to backflip like you just saw me do. I'm gonna put on Healing Shield temporarily here. The first two pots in this room are flying pots. And there are fire keys in the second room of the dungeon too. Non demone. Yes, yes. I will help. So like usual with keys, the first order of business is to identify where the ones that are already flying around are and take care of them. Yeah, once keys start flying, if there's a lit torch, if they're not already a fire key, still prioritize the torch, so that's where that one was going. Those two do not start off flying or on fire, which makes them way smaller of a threat. So it's 2 fire keys and 2 regular old incidental keys. This is an instance in which we actually have to take out an Armos. Might be the only time. Just use some bomb chews, then hide over here. Should be alright. You can skip going into this door entirely with Dense Fire a little later on, but it's not very safe. I don't recommend it. Instead, I'm going to light these. Go back out here. I'm gonna plant a wind, and this will make it so we only have to deal with enemies one way instead of 2 ways. Some really tricky enemies are on the way here. And now we're going to get to what I believe is a consistent strategy I came up with for the only Stalfos in the game you have to fight as Child Link. With this type of door, you can come out at different positions depending on where you enter it from. So if I enter it on the right here, I'll come out on the right. I want to enter in the middle. So I'm lining up my head with the middle of these. But before that, actually, I'm gonna store my Deku Stick Jump Slash. I've got my sword drawn, but that doesn't matter. Okay, I'm lined up with the middle. I'm going to walk through the door and spam Boomerang. Now I'm going to get behind it and crouch stab. But this stuff is probably because you're a child, maybe the arena, I don't know what it is, but it will not always jump back after you do that. To account for this, I'm not going to be throwing a Deku Nut. I'm going to be throwing 3 Deku Nuts. So I'm going to crouch stab, nut, nut, nut. And see what happens. And by the time you throw the 3rd nut, it should be stunned one way or another. Then I'm gonna do the same thing, get behind it, crouch stab, nut, nut, nut. It's stunned, as expected. And that kills the Stalfos safely. Then I want to take care of the skull. That's optional, I guess, but safety first. There is no way to permanently disable those 2 enemies from respawning, nor the flying pots here that I'm gonna trigger for thrownets. So, that wind earlier is to avoid dealing with them on the way back. In the next room, we've got an Anubis. We're running a little low on magic, but taking a step forward and using Din's Fire takes care of it without having to do any risky movements or having to use the switch at all. And now I'm gonna do this room. It should be okay, but my only strategy is one that's a little bit risky. It's just that I think it's less risky than the alternative. I just run up to the chest, try to open it before a fire case hits me, and then wind out. If you spend too much time standing around, you have to deal with the Wallmaster falling down while fire keys are coming at you. It's not a good time. So, as I exit the key menu, I'm just going to be spamming the wind button. And there we go. We're fine. I think there are bombs in here. We don't need bombs. Yeah, it's just these glitchless down here in Ordinary Spirit Temple. I was trying to remember the state of this place. Here we have a couple more Skullwatchlas and 2 Lizalfos. We've already seen in Dodongo's Cavern an easy way to take care of them very safely as child. You might want to bait them over here where the ground is more level if you're going to use the Hylian shield counterattack method again. But I'll do it differently, just to show off that you can. They're really easy with the boomerang. Oh no, no, they're not really easy with the boomerang. That's great. Well, like I've said before, I don't think it's a good demonstration unless I reset the room after I take damage. The only reason I didn't do that with the Dodongo's Cavern damage is because it changed to nothing. And I will also say that if I were in a run that had not already been lost, I would have just done this from the outset. So let's do this now. And going in toward this corner will spawn the other Lizalfos. All of the enemies and both chests in this room are optional, but they can be useful. This one has Bomb Chew. If you're... oh, not that one. This one has Bomb Chew, if you're a little on that. And this is where that first Lizalfos spawns, and it's probably pretty annoying to try to blow up this rock without walking over here. You can use a Bomb Chew on this, or you can use a timed regular bomb throw, which we've seen how good I am at that, so we will do that. But whichever one you're more comfortable with. Bomb Chew's probably less risky if you have enough of them to spare. The optional part of this room is the silver rupees, which are probably the easiest part to get anyway. The silver rupees light one torch. You need to light the other 3 torches for progress. And if you have the magic and the spell for it, one way you can do that, if you don't want to get the silver rupees, is like this. But make sure you're careful of that spike trap. Not taking damage is more important than handling your one single Deku stick appropriately. And like a lot of enemies, you don't need to kill any of these Beamos, but if they're not there, you don't have to worry about them. The Beamos in the middle, if you're not careful, it can actually hit you through the wall while you're pulling this block, which is especially liable to happen if you're using speed up. So be careful about that. Oh, you know, it would probably help if we had opened the chest that has the key in it. I think we might be starting to see the effects of playing for so long. But that's not just a trial of doing this while recording it. It's also something you have to deal with in ordinary full runs. So that's just something you need to either overcome or like have not happen badly enough, or get your autopilot in a good enough place to where you still succeed for 8 hours or however long at a time. And part of it is not making mistakes or making fewer mistakes, but as you saw, part of it is also being able to improvise and come up with ways to adapt to those mistakes after you make them if they're not immediate run-unders too. Like, this is a pretty dangerous spot to enter this room. That Beamos saw me immediately, but I looked around to see if it was safe to go this way, and it wasn't. Looked over here to see if it was safe to go this way, and it was, so I did, and I got out of that situation without damage. I mentioned early on that there was only one place where a broken stick might be useful, and that is this place. It still doesn't really make much difference. A broken stick, I think, has about the same range as the Kokiri sword. And if you're using crouch stabs, it's the same damage either way. But if you do want to fight with the broken stick, or if you want to use actual jump attacks instead of crouch stabs, which is a realistic thing to potentially want, then you can break your stick first. And you do that, you target a sticky roll, backflip, shield flick, dry roll, take out stick, jump attack. Now we've got a broken stick. Yeah. So, if you're really confident with the game, there's a spot you can stand under an iron knuckle to just keep crouch stabbing it, and it should be pretty safe, even though you're right next to it, as long as you keep crouching while you attack it. But I don't like to do that. That seems pretty darn risky. I think that can work even if you're an adult, but I don't like doing it even as a child. There are 2 attacks the Iron Knuckle can use, and on top of that, if it ever breaks a pillar, the pillar will come apart with some rubble, and the rubble can also damage you for a quarter heart damage, which is the same as an insta-kill for the purposes of the challenge. So I like to activate the fight, get it to attack, and then after it attacks, run in and crouch stab. Alternatively, after it attacks, you can jump attack and then backflip back out, and that works pretty good. Either way, it's a relatively simple pattern of getting it to use an attack and then punishing it when it fails to land that attack on you. Its vertical strike is much laggier than its pair of horizontal slashes, so if you want to be especially safe, you can wait for it to get its axe stuck in the ground with the vertical strike, but there is enough time either way, even if it's in its second phase where it's faster. Also, once it is in its second phase, you may or may not want to do this, but you can just push it and hit stun with attacks, and it won't get a chance to attack you. But if you don't know what you're doing, that could get you hit. Yeah, I definitely think we're starting to see the effects of playing for so long. If you're not careful, Iron Knuckles can hit you like that because the movement and hitboxes for that strategy that I use can be a little bit particular. And the timing and how you string them together. But if you do them right, which I did not, it should never fail you. Oops. Gotta push this thing every time. Okay. Part of the challenge is repetition, so repetition after a mistake. Normally we wouldn't just be redoing these rooms, we'd be redoing their puzzles and the entire game before it. So I am still going to take the time to bomb those Beamas instead of just ignore any damage they deal to me, even though it would have pretty much the same result. Okay, let's try this again. I don't know whether the chair does damage to you with its rubble. I think I might have been thrown off by that I was practicing Ganon's Tower with Adult Link before, like much earlier in the day. Because the spacing on your movement is a little bit different with Adult Link. Oh yeah, I hit yes instead of no. I had him repeat dialogue. Wow, we got gloves. Hopefully this can still be useful and fun for myself and maybe some other people, even with mistakes like this, since the main point of never taking damage was lost 4 hours ago already, real time anyway, and even more than that, going by the timers on the screen. There is no reason to jump down here, by the way. You can just play Prelude right from the hand. I've also practiced Spirit and Shadow Temple less. I have practiced them both for their individual level restricted achievements and in a different file. for this, but the fact is that since I've never made it to either of them in a full run, as a natural consequence, I do have less practice in them than the dungeons I've actually made it to multiple times over. Gonna slowly inch forward with our shield out for these flying pots here. The Armas here are alive if you touch them, so don't. This one takes 2 hits. Wow! Ooh, it dropped bombs. Always nice when a BMOS drops bombs. Room on the left is fully optional, so we can just go over here. I don't know if they expect you to have hover boots for this silver rupee, but you can roll jump jump slash for it. Works fine. Like so many other things, in a normal playthrough, I would do this room noticeably faster. But this is not a normal playthrough, so I'm taking my time. However, I personally feel like this room is a small enough threat that I can play it like normal. I just walk right up to the chest, pick up my key and leave. I just ignore the like I walk off to the left so that it is unable to eat me on my way out. But that's all. I went in that doorway there for a second to align myself between the 2 boulders, since I know that that's out of their pathing. Similarly for this next room, maybe there's a safer way to do this. If you just roll through there, it should be okay. Like if you do a good enough job of it. Floor master in here. Gotta be a little careful of these. I don't know why they're being so rude about getting stunned, but I guess if it worked eventually, I got the kills, so whatever. Do the invisible ones not get stunned properly? I heard the noise. Another knowledge gap, but it's not like a floor master is the hardest enemy in the world or anything, and like I mentioned earlier, it's a little bit risky if you don't know where they are at some point, but it should be pretty reliable as well to jump attack and then go into a fully charged spin attack to take out the smaller ones. That Armos down there is also alive. So we can't touch it. Get our key from here. There is a flying pot if you veer too far over here. So be a little careful, but they're okay. You can either hookshot that target or straight up to the torch. There's a Venus in this hallway. Want to be ready for it. And there are 3 Anubis in here. I think if I walk over here, I should be safe to take them all out at once. Yep, that got all of them. So that's the bottom right of those 4 little corner spots that I used dins from. Maybe a little closer to the starting door than the actual corner. Get my long shot back. To get in here safely, you can walk right up to the door. Hookshot this Armos, the back right one. Link automatically turns toward it and you can just spam the A button. Now that we are adult Link, we can store a giant's knife, jump slash. Yeah, you cover more ground as you walk when you've got these long legs that adult Link has, so the timing is a little different on the Iron Knuckle rhythm for the strategy that I use, like I was saying. They're probably easier as adults. Both because you can close in on it more easily and because you can deal more damage, but if you get too used to the rhythm of either adult Link or child Link against an Iron Knuckle, you're liable to get hit as the other one, as the other age. Wait until the traffic light is clear there. So, I think we're okay just entering this room normally, maybe entering on the left side of the door for extra safety. I think they won't aggro us, but there are 2 Beamos right at the start, so it bears some caution. And I've never had an issue in this room outside of Master Quest. But once again, as soon as we come up here, there's going to be another pair of Beamos. You don't have to do this weird climb. You can just hookshot directly to the top. So I like to pause buffer to see where the Beamos are. Then if I walk around, they're always both on the same cycle, so if they're facing away from me, I can just run past. Oh, I didn't think of this. This is a reason to do Fire Temple first, I guess. I don't think it's a big deal, but it's something. The obstacles in here are a little bit easier if you already have Hammer, but they shouldn't be a problem anyway. you can stun them with hook shot, and then take them out with crouch stabs, and it should be fine even without hammer. And you might be able to shoot through this fake door, but I don't know. This is glitchless. I don't think that would be a glitch, even if it does work, but there we go anyway. Blow that up. None of the doors in this room are real except for the one you come in from, and that's the only one that has anything useful behind it. There's our boss key. There's a flying pot immediately in here, so you want to hold shield as you enter, and even angle the shield to the left. Another one here. There's 6 whole flying pots in this room. Those 4 you don't have to worry about until the way back. Jump attack or spin attack for that. Getting pretty low on nuts, but I think we'll be okay. Extra safety, let's get a giant's knife. Because there are enemies in here. There's Lizalfus, so giant's knife, jump slash, just immediately one-shots them, but if you do need to deal with them with more than one attack, as Adult Link, it should be okay to stun them with a nut, hit them once, run away, repeat. You can take care of the skulls by doing what I just did, or you can shoot them with arrows. They stop in place every so often, but sometimes they survive an arrow, and I don't know why. There was a nut back there, but I did not remember whether there was another Lizalfus here. I think it's through the bomb wall that there's another one. And refills are always less important than immediate safety. Are there any skulls here? Doesn't look like it. You can tell just how much less experienced I am here. I'm having to check things so much more often, even on top of the multiple places I took damage earlier. Watch out for the pots again. This time you need to watch for all of them. These should go over your head if you jump like that, but never hurts to hold shield. Almost never hurts to hold shield. And we're coming up on the boss fight, which is a 2-parter, sort of a 3-parter. They put like half or more of the Iron Knuckles in the game in this one dungeon. We're in a boss arena, so we need to store damage freshly again. That was close. I was scared of the pillar rubble is why I hesitated. And here's the actual boss. For phase 1, the hardest part is just keeping them both on the screen. Like, I don't know who's aiming at me. Alright, there we go. You do kind of need to angle your shield to catch their magic properly. And then once you've gotten their magic hooked on your shield, then you can start re-angling it toward the other one. So if you use hookshot or any other kind of first-person view, you can, to keep track of them, you can wiggle it around as much as you want, then press A to leave first-person view. And I don't like this. I don't know what's happening. Okay, we're good. And then after you leave first person view, flick forward just to make sure Link is facing the way you want. It seems like sometimes he faces the right way anyway. I don't really know what causes the one versus the other. And this is no good. They're not being very cooperative today. I think you might be able to stun them with hookshot too to manipulate them or something, but if you can't, that's outside my knowledge base. Why? This boss is so finicky, I swear. You can like hit them and they just don't get hit sometimes. Get back here! Oh my goodness. So, as you can see, I'm not the best at doing this boss fast. If there are more things you can do with that, I'm uncertain. But I'm also not getting hurt so far anyway. And only one of those matters here. I am getting very bad luck though, like, even apart from this maybe isn't the best strategy, I don't know. Normally I would have gotten to 4 hits way faster than that. For this part, you need to shield 3 of the same element in a row. Usually she gives you 3 in a row the first time anyway, but it's good to be certain. If you want to be extra sure, you can pause right as she starts up. And the hand that she raises is the one she's going to attack with. And if it's the other one, you can do a bunch of side hops to get out of the way. And then she just dies from 3 giant knife jump slashes before she can even do anything again. Well, there's only one place we can go to next, and that's Fire Temple, so that's what we're doing next. But before that, I should really stock up on some ammo. So I'm gonna go to Kokiri Forest first. Ooh. Ooh. And there we go. Bombs are doing fine. You will take fall damage if you drop down here, so don't. Whoop. I think you might even take fall damage if you roll. I'm not 100% certain, but I always use the ladder for this. It's a little weird to be going through here in vanilla playthrough with silver gauntlets on, but this is completely normal behavior for the game. There are 2 fire keys in the starting room to watch out for, but in most scenarios you can outrun them before they have a real chance to do anything to you. There's no real reason to do all that platforming around in this room. You can just walk over here. Goron Tunic gives you a few seconds of immunity to floor hazard damage, like the lava, so even if you do walk into lava, you're okay. But you may want to start to be a little careful of fire keys now. I'm not certain how many are in this room. But that one looks like a slight threat. There's two that look like slight threats now. Well, that one just left. Is it stuck? Okay, well. I used up more arrows than necessary, but I did get it. This one you definitely gotta do something about. Just gonna take care of it on the way out too. That one's a little close to the door again. What? No! I'm very surprised a couple of those missed. Oh sure, but that one hits. If you want to go fast here, you can get up at this part, turn left, side hop right, and push the block, and it should be pretty safe. I don't think the keys will ever get to you, but there are two keys up here, so I like to go up and hit them. Like I just did with the range. You can probably ignore at least that lower torch slug. That one you might want to at least stun, maybe, depending on where it is and what direction it's facing. Blech. Just drop a bomb down here. There's a few scary rooms in Fire Temple, but a lot of it is more relaxed than some of the other temples. With that being said, right now we're coming up on two of its scarier rooms in a row. This is the Boulder Maze. There are several safe spots spread throughout, including the door you start at. Once that boulder goes past you coming towards you, it should be safe to run over to the switch for this key. Then our walk to the other side is going to take a bit longer. Two boulders should come here at around the same time. Then I'm gonna go here for a safe spot. Go here. Some of these safe spots are bigger than I'm making them out to be, but right between two sort of hallways is often a good indicator of where you can stand, so I'm sticking to that kind of to show it off as a rule of thumb as well. Some corners are pretty good. And I think, yeah, right here should be safe too. So once this boulder moves back, you can respond to where the one in front of me now is and take the path not in its way. Also, another safe spot over here. I'm gonna wait for that boulder and then potentially go all the way to the locked door or stop for the boulder I just saw. Just be a little careful there. This is a room I'm a little less confident on. The red bubbles scare me a little. But the strategy I have on this way through is to stay away from the lower land blocks entirely, and for the jumps, first stay far on the left, then on the right. And hopefully that works out. Also, camera auto turns back to forward, so you can just hold forward as the fire is showing up. So that's one jump, and that's the second one. The fire bubble didn't even show up, so that worked out good. As planned. This is the one spot that I use wind where I wouldn't really say it's a huge deal if you don't, but I think it's nice. It does save a tiny bit of time later, and it's also a little bit of safety if you happen to fall down without losing your whole run, because you can just warp back up top. Plus the torch slugs always give magic. Since I did spawn wind there, I found you can make this jump. I'm gonna try to do that and see how it goes. I think. Wait for the boulders to pass. Yeah, that cuts down on a little bit of back and forth travel, which is nice. Especially since for the best safety you have to keep a little bit of a watch on where the boulders are. Which can be a pain. Do they ever pass by here? Yeah, they do. If you line up over here, then even if you overshoot, you should still be fine. Because with a roll jump, you don't have to ledge grab that one. And then we go back. Because there is still a second key we need from moving around up here. And that's from this. Hey, hey, hey! Careful going down. And then we can wind back. Now I'm actually more worried about the way back to the locked door here. Firewall's gonna spawn again. I'm gonna try to do the same path but the other way around, hang left. But these bubbles can be a little unpredictable and annoying. I don't know if I've ever gotten hit by them. Definitely not in a full run yet, but they make me nervous. There's 3 fire keys in this room, 1 in each third of it. And their patterns of flight are pretty random. So it's good to know which section of the room you're in and work around it. It's the second from the wall here that's free. Where the heck is... there it is. And then it's the third from the wall here. And go in and around. Although the fire key's flight is random, you should always have enough time right as you come out this door to draw your bow and see where it is and try to shoot it from there. And if you ever feel unhappy with how it goes from here, you can re-enter the door you just came out of here and use it again to reset the fire key's location. There we go. Second spot here. Okay. This is a fake door with a real door behind it. Stored a Master Sword jump attack. Which I think is the best thing we have here for a Flare Dancer. I don't want to give misinformation, but I think the Flare Dancers have a weird damage table where Bigoron's sword and Giant's knife don't actually work good on them. Anyway. Just try to see where it jumps down and get to it quick enough to hook it out and crouch stab it, and it'll just take 3. But on the last one, be careful because it'll blow up afterward. After this filler hallway, we will have a room that can be a little bit scary casually, even. And here, if you fall down, it's all over. This room also has 3 fire keys. I definitely want to try to find and take out all of them. It's 1. You can get closer to them to try to get a better shot, or even to try to take them out with the sword and shield if you want to. Should be okay as long as you know where they all are and you're not putting yourself at too much risk. And once they're all gone, I go back here and press the switch and get started on super not falling down. And there's Hammer. If we could take damage, it would be faster to just jump in the hole now. But that would be against the point. Link should put away his thing automatically here, because it's a door with a handle. Now, as soon as you enter this room, 2 fire keys will be right next to each other, so for sure you want to shield both of them before you try to take out even one of them. Then there's 2 more in the back. I don't think any jumps you can make here are big enough to take fall damage, but you cannot roll if you're holding a crate. You're probably going to be fine on hitting the switch and getting in the door before anything bad can happen, but you do fall down within moderate range of the middle fire case of that room. Whoop. And here you should, I think you should always have enough time to go down like this before that thing hits you, but that was a little scary. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to take it out first in the future. In any case, it worked out okay here. This is the one time that the entrance hall's fire keys can be a threat, because you need to spend time standing in place hammering those. If there isn't one anywhere near you, should be fine to go for it. I believe everything stops when you're hammering the column like that. This room, you have to balance the aggro ranges of the keys with the torch slugs. Ideally, you want to deal with the keys as soon as you can, but you can't do more than just a little to manipulate which gets within aggro range first. Yeah, that works. Oh. It's probably okay just to run through here. But if you're not comfortable with that, that's what shielding and waiting is for. Let's store a Master Sword Jump Slash again. We're coming on to the second Flurry Dancer. There's no need to use Hookshot this time if you don't want to. Because hammering just the wall will get it out of the invulnerable state that it has. This just has bombs, but I'm not gonna turn down free bombs. Definitely getting tired, but I think I have enough left in me to play out the rest of the game, probably. For a rare occasion. As long as it's just the once. Here we have Volvagia. Kind of like Phantom Ganon, but hopefully a little less scary. My strategy for Volvagia can just unpredictably go wrong, but usually works and is very easy. Just hit it with hammer jump attacks, and then when it's flying you can just run right off the central platform and Link will automatically grab onto the side of the ledge. I won't hammer on C left actually. And while Link is on the side here, he should usually not get hit by Volvagia. Usually. However, there are these boulders, and once in a long while, they... Oh, that's not good. They will... go over the edge and graze you for damage too. The other way it can go wrong is, I guess very rarely, Volvagia can do like a quick swipe when it comes out of the ground. But that's about all you have to watch out for. Otherwise, it's 4 hammer jump attacks and it dies. I know there are other ways you can damage Volvagia. I don't know what the damage values are like for hitting it with things other than hammer. I know you can drop bombs on it in a very weird way. Like you can explode its underground hurt box. Sometimes that's in a totally different spot from where it looks like Volvagia is. I think you can shoot it in midair with arrows, but for this, I don't mess with any of that. I just do what you saw me do there. And with that, there's only one temple left, which is Shadow Temple. Bongo Bongo, also a very difficult boss. And when I say also, I'm not meaning to call Volvagia a difficult boss. I mean, there have been difficult bosses, and Bongo Bongo is one of them. But if I'm playing good, I think my strategies should account for anything Bongo Bongo can do safely and reactably. Like more difficult, but more reliable than my strategy for Phantom Ganon. Before any of that, we need to actually get Nocturne. Oh, before any of that, what am I doing here? There's still something useful we can get. This is not required, but we can get double magic. Which reminds me, I also have not gotten fire arrows, which likewise are not required, but can be useful. So I'm just gonna stop by and get that quickly. Warp to the lake. Play Sun Song once. Play it twice. And then just swim over to it. Only takes a minute. Now we can get Nocturne. I am pretty low on arrows too, but I think there are chests in Shadow Temple that... not chests, pots in Shadow Temple that can help with that by the time I get there. Or a pot right here. I think there are still boulders, even after Fire Temple. I'm not positive. Yeah, there are. I'm pretty much out of things to say between gameplay segments at this point. At least as far as things I can actually still have the brain capacity to think of. And beyond that, I also don't mind having a moment to rest my voice. I'm still talking more often than not. It's been 6 hours. Goodness gracious. You can get in there with a combination of fire arrows and regular arrows. It's not technically a glitch, but it does technically suck. So, Din's Fire is better if you have it. Store this for Dead Hand coming up. Well, do I even want to store that for Dead Hand? I don't think I do, because I think I want to jump into those hands like that. I think that gives me Master Sword damage already. Not totally sure. Yeah, that's Master Sword damage. With Master Sword damage, this plays out just the same as it did as Child. Since Master Sword is the same as a stick. And here's my shoes. We did get Lens of Truth this run, and I plan on continuing to get Lens of Truth in my runs, but if you don't want Lens of Truth, it's always one of the back 3. And it does not reset after an incorrect one after you survive, so if you put on hover boots, push it to one of these 3, walk away if it's wrong, then push it to the next. You can get it without lens. So big beans. Like the one in Ice Cavern, they look a little different, but you can just crouch under this. You're totally safe. Nothing to worry about. And if you want, you can go around the perimeter here to be nowhere even near the sides. If we could do skips, there's a thing down there where you can clip through the gate to get directly down to the boat, but that's not allowed. Do you see me from here? No. Four sculptures in these halls. One in this hall, two in this one, right next to each other. And the last one is between these two guillotines. So, to deal with this skull, I like to let it pass by and bring out my shield. I'm gonna do something you definitely don't have to do here, because I feel like it's been consistent for me in avoiding damage. I'm gonna go around this way. This is not required for progression this direction. Then I'm gonna put on my hover boots, and coming out of this door should it should stabilize the cycles in this room, and it should give me an easier spot to react to where that platform is, and that lets me easily go right past that Stalfus without interacting with it even a tiny bit. For these silver rupees, definitely want to get the center three first. Because if you get one in the center last, and you're standing where one of the spike traps can move, then Link can get hit out of the door opening cutscene. Stone umbrella. Nothing special here. Just wait for it to block both at once. Pull it the rest of the way. Get on. As far as I know, this is just the normal way to do the room. And you can jump across, or you can hookshot over there. Should be safe, even from the beamos on the outer perimeter there. Okay, so I am going to use lens here, but if you don't have lens, you can wait for the red dot on your hookshot target to change, and that should show you when the invisible platform is getting closer to you, and use that as a cue to jump over to it. Wow, I'm like way far away from it. By wearing Goron tunic and hover boots, you have like double protection from the floor spikes in here. The redeads are, I guess, optional to kill, but I would not want to deal with them. If you really wanted to, you could even wait for the second one to get unstunned and then restun it with Sunsong, but even dealing with them, the amount I just did is a little bit overkill. I think if you stand at the spot of that silver rupee and then hookshot, it takes you right through that one, so you don't have to roll with hovers for it. This room is a little bit scary for the same reason as several other rooms, and that reason is fire keys. But if you just get to the corner there and look up, sometimes they'll be flying straight towards you by that point, but I think it should still give you enough time to react to them in first-person view and shoot them with an arrow before they get to you. Maybe block them with your shield before they get to you, depending on what you want, but that might give you less time to work with. Another spot to make sure you're not crouch stabbing when that key lands there, or else you'll get ISG. The edge of this dark part of the ceiling here is where that hookshot target is. You can get through here easily with iron boots. And there's a sculpture. Hookshot across, and then there's a somewhat unique obstacle. This eye shoots fire at you. What the heck? Ow! Yeah, that's annoying. The fire homes in on you. It's like Dampé fire, but much worse. So that's some damage. And keep your distance enough to deflect the fire and then you're fine. And then you can either proceed before it shoots fire again, or you can wait for it to shoot fire again and shoot it with an arrow when it does and then deflect the fire. You can only destroy it with an arrow if it's open. So there would have been no point in my firing an arrow before then. Got a few things to deal with here. There's 2 Gibdos, 2 spike traps, and 2 flying pots. So I like to play Sun Song, get 1 flying pot, kill 1 Gibdo, get the next flying pot, get the other Gibdo. Sun Song gives you plenty of time for those. And that is really just to make the room safe. Actual progression is under this rubble you have to blow up. So I don't recommend it for a damageless run, but there is an easy way to avoid moving that block around. You might not even want to. Moving the block makes a permanent shortcut, but you can just jump on top of that wheel. Link will grab it, climb up. And here we have the boat. 2 Stalfos spawn on the boat. There's a while between each one spawning. And we use a very different strategy for these Stalfos than the rest of the Stalfos in the game. Turn around, target, walk forward, walk up to the edge here. And then they just get confused. Once in a long while, they can either they can survive long enough to make your life hell, but 9 times out of 10, they just walk off the boat after missing a bunch of attacks, and you're fine. Two floor masters and a lot of invisible walls here. You can use lens if you want to navigate. You can pretty much just ignore the floor masters. Should be fine. Let's try this. Yeah, it's like so scary doing it this way. Like I missed one and now it's just gone. Yeah, it seems like I don't think these ones get stunned. I think the invisible ones just... Do nuts not work on them? I thought I remembered using nuts on them in restricted individual level. Oh well. You can react to what they do. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, you know, I guess Din's Fire isn't optional glitchlessly. I suppose I regret saying that earlier. You can get the boss key chest in this room without Din's Fire, but surely it must count as a glitch to, like, phase out of existence while Redead is screaming you, and the spike wall goes right through you to get to the key chest, right? Surely that must be a glitch. I don't know what's a glitch. Fire arrow is optional for sure. You can get this with arrows or bomb shoes. Game wants you to use arrows. It's pretty tricky to get it with bomb shoes if you're not used to it. I want bow, lens, and Din's Fire for the boss. And I use hovers to get through this room, but I actually don't use them for the boss fight itself. If you enter without hover boots on, you can take a moment to collect yourself and look at this creepy door before you go down there. Store a giant's knife. And Bongo Bongo time. Between each of its attacks, once you have player control, Bongo Bongo will bounce the link up in the air 5 times. So once you've been bounced up a 5th time, you know an attack is coming and you can react or pause and react to see what it's doing. And I like to stay on the outside of the inner circle. That gives me some nice time, some nice distance from him while still giving me enough room to back away. I know you can spin attack to deal with the clap, but I don't want to do that, and I actually don't remember whether you can roll away in time, so I'm going to use my backup, which is Din's Fire. If you use Din's Fire, you'll be normally skipping a bounce, so it'll be 4 link bounces before the next attack, but because of the way the clock worked, it's still going to be 5, so we'll see what it's doing here. There's a slap. You can just get that with an arrow as it comes towards you, or you can run away and a little bit to the side, which also works for the punch. Like, the side that it's coming from and away. To dodge it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clap. So you can see Link react to it, but it's not damage. 3, 4, 5. I think that's a punch? Yeah, that's a punch. The further away you are from Bongo, when it charges at you after that, the less time you have to attack it in turn. So it's nice if you can get up close to it. But it's more important to have safety, of course. The one other thing I want to mention is that sometimes it'll do an attack that it has its palm down flat and it sideswipes you. I usually use Inspire for that one, but I believe you can dodge that just by crouching if you have hover boots off, like we do now. Oh, and its punch attack is the one attack I know for sure you cannot stun the hand that's attacking you with an arrow before it gets to you in any way. So that's save Bongo Bongo. We submitted a time for all dungeons. I'm not sure how it works. That's interesting. Okay. It's a little inconvenient, but I would like to restock before we do Ganons. There are some business scrubs behind an invisible wall at the base of the central lobby in Ganon's castle. Those would probably be useful. Maybe they could even circumvent this, but I don't remember whether I've ever even used those outside of a randomizer, so I don't know what they sell. And because of that, I'm just gonna go around normally. Speaking of not knowing what they sell, I also am not sure what they sell at the bazaar, so I'm gonna see if I can take care of my needs here. Looks good. Nice. Perfect. And all I'm missing now is magic. There's a little bit of magic right there. Maybe I can get the rest in the field? Because there is some shrubbery here. Yep, that works. And now we have a long cutscene, even with fast forward. Gonna take a little bit of my drink. Ganon's castle is the hardest part of the game. And out of all the bosses, I feel by far the least confident against Ganondorf. So I'll show off one or two strategies for Ganondorf. Since this is a practice demonstration, I'll probably lean towards showing off the irregular, glitchless way to fight him. Even if I'm a little less confident about it, I'm not sure what I would do normally. I'd probably try to just fight him like I would casually if this were a full run, but that's easy enough to find how to do on your own, and I can practice anytime. I do have a practice file at the start of Ganon's Tower, which I may use more later in coming days. But the parts I'm least confident about are water barrier, for much the same reasons as Ice Cavern was a tense part of this run much earlier on, and yeah, water barrier in Ganondorf. How did Shadow and the Light Temples go? Still hitless besides Dodongo? No, we are not still hitless besides Dodongo. I took damage once in the traversal across Haunted Wasteland. I took damage... I forget exactly how much. It might have only been once? Like once or twice inside Spirit Temple proper to the Iron Knuckles mini-boss. I took damage once in Shadow Temple to the fire spat out by an eye switch, by a fake eye switch. And I think that's all the damage I've taken. Damageless Bongo Bongo, though. It's nice. Damageless Fire Temple as well. Fight this like any other Wolfus. I generally like to do the trials counterclockwise, although I might suggest doing that but starting with the water barrier, since that one's really hard. You can just use a fire arrow for the last torch, but just to show it off, this is how you progress without fire arrow. And this one, it's not too big of a deal if you route it differently, but like with a lot of silver rupees, it can help to decide in advance which one to get last. I don't know whether the wind affects you in some parts, so I try to be Careful of the fans. I'm near anyway. You can do a bunch of things with that silver rupee. You can get to it and then put on hovers and wind up at that one. You can jump there and back like I just did. You can jump over there and put on irons if you're worried about the fan starting back up again. I think what the pots have at the end is preset. Some of them aren't very useful, but a lot of them are. A lot of arrow refills and magic refills. So here's water barrier, which is really more like ice barrier. As you can see, there are a lot of icicles that can fall on you from the ceiling. To progress, you need 2 blue fire, and you need to kill both of the moving type of freezard that spawns in this room. If you really wanted to, you could prepare blue fire in advance, either with Giant Swallet or with an extra trip to Ice Cavern. But Ice Cavern isn't that much better than this room, and Giant Swallet is a huge pain in the butt to get. With that being said, it might be worth it for some people or what kind of mood you're in, because this room's pretty bad. This spot, I think, is safe, so I think I can just stand here. And I think I can do the same with the other side, too. For the other freezard. Yeah. So the real challenge is just getting the blue fire. There are no icicles right by the red ice door, but the icicles you've already triggered do respawn. Not sure exactly what causes them to respawn, if it's just a timer or what, but... they respawn. So, making a loop around like that, getting a bunch of the ground icicles with the quick spin, retreating and repeating to fill up both her bottles seems like it works pretty good. And it is nice that you have such a clear view of the icicles. But definitely a potential problem area to watch out for. And this room's a freebie. Unless you forgot to get enough blue fire. If the timer does get too low for whatever reason, you can just leave the room and re-enter it. It should be safe by the entrance in the room you just came from anyway. That's 2 trials. Next is Shadow. This is the one that makes it seem like you need fire arrows, because lighting the torches here makes platforms appear until the torches burn out again. But fire arrow, still optional. You can hookshot over here, and then get to the edge of the ground and hookshot the like. Depending on how comfortable you are with things and how fast you're likely to move, you may want to kill the like afterward. I know I do. And the next few gaps you can get across with hover boots. And the platform with the switch is actually always there, even though the platforms leading to it aren't. You can hookshot the chest to get back up once you spawn it. If this run were still valid, I would bring out Lens and walk around to this switch, but to show it off, you can use hover boots here as well. That was closer than it has to be. It doesn't need to be as scary as I made it look there. And then one more torch hook. Here's Fire Barrier. This one's not as bad as it is in Master Quest, but it can still be easy to mess up, and the lava bubbles can be a real pain if they spawn in a bad way. Hover boots are nice here because this big snaking platform normally sinks when you're standing on it. And it just does not do that if you're wearing hover boots. You can use hover boots to walk across there, but then you're dealing with timing the flame jets in a more inconvenient way, but it does skip some of the fire bubbles here. Or one of them. Usually the fire bubbles are harmless, but sometimes they aren't. You can do almost this whole room without taking the hover boots off, but I feel more comfortable in certain parts with them off, which is why you see me switching more frequently than that. Here's another part you can make it too easily with hover boots with less traversal. Oi. Another scary fire bubble here. You can stun that thing, even from a distance. Realistically, you're probably fine getting either of these 2 silver rupees last. The platform stops sinking until the door opening cutscene is over, and it should give you enough time to react to jump back. But if you want, you can get this one last. It's in a very stable location. Putting hovers on one more time for safety. If you move too far here, the fire bubble will come back out. That's fire barrier. 2 left. Light barrier is sort of weird and annoying, which I guess makes a little bit of sense when it's for a fake medallion. It's a medallion you get for free. Oh yeah. Incidentally, if you are going for this achievement, and if this were a real run, good to check to make sure you have everything you need that's required by the time you beat the game, because otherwise the achievement will not trigger and it'll all have been for nothing. All 6 medallions, all 3 spiritual stones, all 12 songs, at least 1 gold sculpture, and Gerudo membership card. You do not need Stone of Agony. You do not need ice arrows. You don't need beans or lens, but I have them. Don't need either of the trade items. I mean, you'll have Zelda's letter normally if you don't do the trade quest. Only need 1 bottle. So, we're good and would be good. Bunch of invisible enemies here. Sculptula and 3 keys. Each one is on top of a chest. If you don't move from the entrance, none of the keys will come at you. One's on top of that chest and they're right in the middle. One's the back left chest. And one's the front left chest, and you can even target it. I believe 2 of these chests have ice traps in them, but you can ignore all of them and just pick up the one that spawns in the center from defeating enemies. Oh yeah, I didn't mention the ice trap in Spirit Temple. Don't open those. They're in the room with the first mirror. There should be plenty of time to take things safe in this room. It's nice to reorient with the hookshot target. Am I in the right spot? No. With that being said, you can't just dawdle forever. The timer does keep going even after you get the silver rupees. But you can just drop down between the boulders and spam the A button to open the door safely. I think there's a wall master there in the very last room before the fake wall. And I think that's the only wall master in the game that Navi does not alert you to. That's kind of rude. It's kind of funny. One trial left. I believe this one won't. Yeah, it won't see you, even though it looks like it should, as long as you don't move. You can just target a couple bomb shoes at it, as long as you have some. For this room, I like to leave the mid-air silver rupee for last. You're probably just fine getting this one without moving the statue. Maybe even the other ones, but this late in the run, I don't know why you would want to risk anything, and a little bit of extra time pushing and pulling some statues will get you quite a bit of extra safety. And none of these are alive. They should all leave you alone. You can push them as you please. I'm not sure if it's necessary, but I make certain to target the far side of this hookshot target to put me further away from the spike trap that does traverse the whole room. Because it is kinda close to you. Here's some more of these things. You can plainly see I've got plenty of Bonchu, but this spawns a chest with more of them if you want them. It's a little late to need them for much besides this room. You could use Bonchu against the Iron Knuckles. It takes a lot of Bonchus to kill Iron Knuckles, but it does work. I'm not going to be doing it. This is how you do this part without fire arrows. You have to get the web through this torch. It's not that precise. Then turn around, look to the right, that's the correct sun switch. Wow, a real nut. Not very useful. Would have preferred arrows, but that's the fault of my own routing, because those pots always give the same thing. So that seems like pretty safe strategies for all the trials. Happily. Definitely want Deku nuts for Ganon's tower. This is the real difficulty. There are a ton of fire keys in the first room here, to the point where even trying to use Deku nuts to stun and run past them, I found it's much safer to try to ignore them and get to the door as best you can before any of them touch you. rather than trying to imprecisely aim Deku nuts at all of the ones coming at you from various directions. This is our first encounter in the playthrough with Dynalphos, which are a variation on Lizalphos. I think they can spit fire. That might just be Majora's Mask. I think they can spit fire. And they act more quickly, more consistently after they come out of stun and after you hit them compared to Lizalphos. So these can already be kind of a tough fight to do damageless by themselves. And we have not had a chance to store damage since entering Ganon's tower, which is separate from Ganon's castle. So I want to be really careful here. Stun them both. Get a crouch stab in, run away, repeat. And ideally make it all the way to the opposite side of the room. I think it's worth it to get an extra arrow there, since it happened to drop. Okay, we've still got Giant's Knife stored. Next up we have 2 Stalfos and a fire ring in the center of our arena. It's gonna be like any other Stalfos fight except for the arena being a little bit cramped and angular. I think this is okay to use crouch stab strategies, but I don't feel totally confident, so I'm gonna go for that instead. Something else you can do? If you're worried about them reviving on each other, I think this is a fight where they can do that, I'm not 100% sure, is swap targets mid-fight. After you've done 1 or 2 hits, depending to the first Stalfos. And then you'll only need 1 more hit on the remaining Stalfos once there's just 1 of them. So then you're not on a time crunch as much to knock them both out in a row. Okay, so it despawned. So that's not something I actually had to be careful of here. Definitely some close calls there, where I didn't really know how to get a good side hop in with my camera angle and the arena. But it worked out. Since we did end up going with Master Sword damage, I'm gonna get this again before fighting the next fight, which is a pair of Iron Knuckles. You can fight them both at the same time, but given the goal of this challenge, there's no reason to. You can just poke one, do them one at a time. I don't know whether anything's different about the black one compared to the silver one. It sure doesn't seem like it. Okay, now we're coming up on Ganondorf. And once again, this is the single part of the game I'm least confident in, so I may modify how I handle this fight in the future. I may get better at strategies I already know. If you already feel good about the Ganondorf fight, I suggest just fighting him whatever way you feel good about. But with that being said, I'm going to be, as I mentioned briefly a little while ago, I'm going to be trying a strategy that might be riskier at first. And if this was still a valid run, I would just fight him casually and hope I didn't mess up. But Ganondorf has 3 attacks that I know of. One of them is to punch the ground, which does shockwave sort of damage around the center of the room and knocks down some platforms. One of them is tennis. That's the one he does most often. And one of them is to gather up a big dark ball of energy above his head, and if he's doing that one, you can just shoot a light arrow at him while he's charging. And you're fine. So he always opens by punching the ground, and it's less threatening that time than it normally is. I'm walking off. I'm climbing back up. I got my bottle. He should do tennis? Yeah, that's tennis. So I'm gonna try to deflect with the bottle. And at this distance, he pretty much always gets stunned by it. You could just walk around to be safe. It does have something to do with the empty bottle, because I tested out quick spins earlier today, and he still deflects it. Even when it looks like the shot goes past him, he deflects it and sends it back at you if you quick spin. Yeah, so that got him. Then, if you know the timing, you can actually stun lock him with crouch stabs. So this is already suboptimal. And just kill him immediately. It should take, I think, 5 Giant Knife jump attacks or 10 Master Sword ones. Not 100% sure, those might be wrong. So now I climb back up. Oh, he went for tennis again. But then he deflected it. So you can see there, I tried to then get away from the punch, which worked out this time. It did work. But I have had the punch hit me while I'm in midair, so just jumping off isn't safe, necessarily, 100%. And you can react in time, especially with pausing, but even without, to then with good positioning, hold slightly toward the ledge with your control stick. And if you're already by the edge, climb down the wall in time before he hits the ground with his punch, and that will give you complete invulnerability to the punch attack. But it's a little bit tricky. Oh, he's doing the big ball, so I can just hit him. Yeah, I think that was 5. So that's Ganondorf. I actually managed to not take damage. That's pretty nice. Oh, one thing I did but didn't mention is I stored Giant's Knife again at the start of the fight. I'm pretty sure that it counts as a room load when the fight starts, even though you passed through that area before the fight starts. Because if you just try to crouch stab him outright, it takes a bajillion hits, so I think that's Kokiri Sword normal slash damage. Now we're on to Escape, which, if you are confident about Ganondorf, Escape might be harder than Ganondorf. Rocks outside, I think, are random, but not too bad. As far as I know, if you're targeting with shields, they can't hit you, but I've been wrong about that before with icicles. You cannot take damage from the falling rocks while Zelda is doing her thing that takes away player control. You can just walk along past this. You might have to move a little close in to get Zelda to move forward, but that avoids the rocks that fall down in that part, which are scripted. The rocks inside are in scripted locations, so you can play around them, play carefully, and you'll be okay. See, a rock hit Link there, but Link was fine, because Zelda was doing her thing. The rocks are much scarier in parts like this. I think some would have fallen if I went around the right. Not completely sure. And here we have maybe the hardest fight in the game. We've got a timer that sticks before, during, and after the fights. We have a ring of fire where Zelda's standing right now. We have her interrupting my V-targeting. And we have 2 Salfos. And I'm pretty sure these ones have revival. Oh, that's not great. So I am going to pass off targeting since crouch stab strategies didn't work out. And then I'm gonna try to get my last hit on this one. And that works. That works perfectly. Zelda spawns money, like any princess. And then we come to maybe an equally scary part of Escape, which is just that the rocks are kind of threatening roundabout now. So just go really slowly and you should be alright. You can't just stop, obviously, there is a timer. And you have to be cognizant of your timer. But the timer is fairly lengthy relative to the amount of ground you have to cover. So if you just take it a bit at a time, you'll be alright. Now we're coming up on a re-dead. If you just roll past it to the right, it won't scream at you, but then you'll be nearer to a rock, and alternately you can hookshot the re-dead. And if you hookshot the re-dead, that gives you forward movement, and it also will stun the re-dead at the same time. You can definitely play those last parts a little faster than I did. And if you're short on time, you may want to, but I would also say that that's the part of the escape sequence that's the most different from the rest of the game. And therefore, it's the part where you might be the likeliest to take damage if you're playing on autopilot, if you haven't already done it a bunch of times. And now, all that's left is Ganon. Ganon takes minuscule damage from everything except Master Sword, and Master Sword gets taken away from you at the start of the fight. Luckily, we're not at the start of the fight, so jump attack. And then either use Megaton Hammer or Giant's Knife for your offense once the fight starts. Either one works. The knife will break, but that doesn't really matter here. And the other thing about the Ganon fight, besides the Master Sword damage thing that I didn't know about until I was told by Mitsus and Silverleaf, is you can stun Ganon for quite a while at a time with light arrows if you target. Anytime you're afraid of Ganon, you can roll between his legs. Really easy way to pull some distance. You want to give yourself a little bit of distance from him, but not so much distance that you wander into the firewall, of course. Oop. I'm so used to Hammer being on CLF. That's why I've got Bow right now. So it just takes a few Master Sword jump slashes to get him to this point, and then you can pick up your real Master Sword and get into phase 2. I think you can, like, hit him now, but, prioritize safety, of course. He stays stunned for quite a while. Very nice. Oop! He takes more hits than I thought. So don't let him catch you off guard. When in doubt, get away. Play safe. Nerves are sure to be going crazy if this were a real run. I imagine my hands would be shaking immensely and stuff like that, so just do what you know works. Take time to think into pause menu if you really have to. You'll be fine. If you get careless, Ganon can still end your run pretty easily. Like, he's easy, but that's about it. And that's the whole game. So, I took damage, I think, 4 or 5 times. So I have some work to do. But I definitely feel very close. Like, everything I showed off today, some of it was more consistent than others. And some of it felt more rehearsed to me than others. But all of it felt workable, you know? All of it felt, like either completely or mostly ready for full safety, and it just comes down to stringing everything together in a full run of what here was 9 hours by the emulator's timer, or 7 hours and 17 minutes of real-time stream being up. You can see me getting ranks like 2 or 3 for the leaderboards that are actually getting submitted to right now. Don't take too much stock in that. Hopefully I'll spend less time rather than more time in a full run, since I won't be stopping to explain things and go over backup strategies and the like. But most of these full game leaderboards only had 1 or 2 entrants already, if not all of the full game leaderboards, before now tonight. So, that's why. That would be why it's rank 2 and 3 for stuff. Good job streaming for so long. Thank you very much, Fea. I appreciate that. I'm happy I could get it done. You know, this wasn't the run today. Thank you too, Septimus. But this was, I think, a good run, and I think it was a good record of what this is like too, as well as hopefully strategies I can refer back to myself when I need them if I forget in the moment, and maybe some other people too down the line. And maybe at some point, whatever that last remaining timer is will either submit or fail. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Let's hold fast forward and see if that last timer does anything by the time we reach the end screen. And either way, we'll end the stream at the end of the game screen. Bye, Navi. The end. Well, I'm not sure which timer that is that's still going, but clearly it's just gonna keep going until I close out the emulator. Alright, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching and listening, and to anyone and everyone who attempts this in the future, including myself, but also including everybody else, good luck.